The first thing I remember about that night was the sound, an odd, almost metallic scrape against the side of the cabin. It was faint, nearly swallowed by the wind that barreled down from the mountains, but it was sharp enough to cut through my sleep. When I opened my eyes, the room was blue, with cold, the kind of cold that makes the air feel solid. The space heater near my feet had shut off at some point. I could see my breath rising in little pale clouds. I thought maybe it was a branch or a chunk of ice falling from the roof. December storms in northern Montana weren't light or polite, and my uncle's old hunting cabin wasn't the kind of place anyone would call sturdy. Still, the scraping noise kept needling at me. Something about it didn't match the wind. Wind groans, whistles, pushes. This sound dragged. The cabin didn't have electricity, just a gas line my uncle barely trusted. Granted, but I found my flashlight under the cot and flicked it on. The beam shook a little. My hand wasn't steady. I told myself it was because of the cold. The scraping came again. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my coat, and stepped into the living room. The wood stove embers glowed faintly, not enough heat to matter. The windows along the west side were fogged with thin sheets of frost, swirling in delicate patterns. I went to the nearest one and wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. The forest outside was a wall of black. Snowflakes knifed sideways in the wind. The porch light, powered by a dying battery, flickered weakly, barely illuminating the first few feet beyond the railing. There was nothing there. Still, something felt wrong, a tightness in the air, like the whole night was holding its breath. I almost laughed at myself. I'd only been there one day. I wasn't used to the remoteness yet. My uncle's cabin sat an hour from the nearest road, deep enough in the wilderness that even cell service was a fantasy. He had warned me the isolation got to people, and I was already halfway freaked out. I turned away from the window, planning to throw more wood in the stove, when something slammed against the front door. Not scraped, not brushed, slapped, hard. I froze. The flashlight beam jittered across the walls. The door shuddered again, a dull, heavy thump that vibrated the floorboards under my feet. It wasn't the wind. The storm was fierce, sure, but not enough to hit the door like a fist. For a few seconds, the only sound was my breathing. Then, a third slam. Louder. I backed up until I hit the far wall, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. Bears weren't unheard of in winter, especially starving ones. But even a bear wouldn't hit a door like that without some warning sounds. Snuffling, growling, clawing. And anyway, bears don't knock. I forced myself toward the window beside the door, wiped a patch clean with trembling fingers, and angled the flashlight out. Movement. Movement. Something pale pressed close to the door. Not snow. An outline. A shape. I leaned in, squinting. A hand. A human hand. It rested flat against the wood, fingers splayed, the skin nearly white in the cold. I couldn't see the rest of the person, just the hand, then the faint curve of an arm disappearing into darkness. Relief washed over me at first. A person. Someone must have gotten lost or stuck in the storm. But relief turned quickly to panic. Who the hell would be out this deep in the mountains, miles from any trail, in a blizzard like this? I hesitated only a second before unlocking the door. The moment the latch clicked, something about the hand struck me. The size. The fingers were too long. Not absurdly, not impossibly, but something about them was off, stretched in a way that made the instinctive part of my brain recoil. I opened the door just enough to look out. No one there. The porch was empty. Snow swirled fiercely, already erasing any footprints that might have been left. But the handprint remained on the door, an icy, perfect imprint of long fingers and an oddly narrow palm. I stepped back quickly and slammed the door shut again. The smart thing would have been to barricade it, but instead I found myself pacing. My brain scrambled for any logical explanation. Someone had knocked, stepped aside. But where did they go? Why didn't they answer when I opened up? I told myself they were disoriented, moving around the cabin to find shelter. So I went to the back window. No one there. The scraping started again, only this time it came from the roof. Not heavy footsteps, light ones. Quick, skittering. My stomach dropped. No human climbed a steep cabin roof in a snowstorm like that. I killed the flashlight and crouched low, listening. The footsteps moved along the length of the roof, then paused directly above me. Even through thick layers of wood and insulation, I could hear breathing. Slow, steady breaths, far too calm for someone freezing in a storm. Then something began to tap on the roof. A rhythmic, deliberate tap, 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 like fingernails on a table. I don't know how long I knelt there, barely daring to breathe. Eventually, the tapping stopped, replaced by a soft slide, as though whatever was up there was crawling toward the edge. I held my breath. The window beside me creaked under pressure. I turned my head just a fraction, and my heart lurched. Something pressed against the glass from the outside. A face. Or something close to one. I only saw it for a second before the frost fogged over it, but that brief glimpse was enough. Skin stretched tight and pale, eyes too large, reflecting the faint red glow of the dying embers behind me. Its mouth looked wrong, like it had been pulled wider than it should go. I stumbled backward, knocking into the table. A metal cup clattered onto the floor. The face vanished from the window. Silence. Then the sound of something sliding off the roof, landing softly in the snow. I scrambled to the fireplace, throwing every piece of wood I could find into the stove. I didn't care if I suffocated the flames. I needed heat, light, anything. I locked the shutters on every window. The cabin suddenly felt impossibly small. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then, faintly, a voice. "Help, please, let me in." It came from the front door. A man's voice, weak and trembling, barely audible over the storm. I didn't move. I couldn't. The voice returned. "Please, I'm freezing." The exact same words, same tone, same rhythm. A recording played in perfect imitation of desperation. My uncle once told me about an animal, he couldn't remember the name, that mimicked the sound of crying children to lure predators. I thought he was messing with me. Now I wasn't so sure. The voice shifted. "Let me in, please." Then, after a beat, "Why didn't you open the door when I knocked?" My entire body went cold. The voice had changed, still human, but smoother. Wrong. Like it was learning the shape of the words, testing them. Slow footsteps circled the cabin. The thing paused at every window, tapping lightly on the glass. Testing. The tapping came closest near the bedroom window where I'd first heard the scraping. Something brushed the wall. A shadow blocked part of the flickering light coming from the cracks in the shutter. Then came a sound I'll never forget, a long, slow inhale, as if the thing outside were sniffing the air, searching, learning me. I gripped the poker from the stove with both hands, trying not to shake. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time warped in the dark. Eventually, the footsteps wandered farther, fading into the blizzard. The storm swallowed everything. I didn't sleep, not for a second. By dawn, the wind calmed. I waited an extra hour before unbarring the door and stepping outside. The morning was blue and silent, snow glittering untouched except for a trail of prints leading away from the cabin. Human-looking. But too long. Too deep. They went straight into the tree line and disappeared. When my uncle's snowmobile finally reached the cabin that afternoon, I was sitting on the porch steps, staring at the forest. He asked if everything was okay, if I'd seen wolves or maybe a trespasser. I didn't know how to answer. Before we left, I looked at the front door. The handprint was still there, deep, perfect, and slowly melting. I never went back to that cabin. My uncle sold it the next summer, saying he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there. And sometimes on cold December nights when the wind howls against my house the same way it did against those cabin walls, I catch myself listening for that sound, that long, careful drag along wood, that strange, patient scrape. I tell myself it's only the storm, but storms don't have hands. Story the end. It was one of those December nights in northern Wisconsin where the wind didn't just whistle through the trees, it screamed. The kind of wind that clawed at your face and made even the sturdiest jackets feel like paper. Jacob Miller had driven home from Green Bay that evening, his old Chevy rattling as it struggled over icy back roads. The snow was relentless, and by the time he reached the turnoff to his family's cabin, the sky had darkened into an oppressive inky black. Headlights barely illuminated the path ahead, and the trees on either side seemed to lean inward, forming a tunnel that swallowed sound. The cabin had been in Jacob's family for 3 generations. A sturdy, weathered structure, it was nestled on the edge of a frozen lake, far from any neighbors. Normally it was a place of warmth and nostalgia, a sanctuary from the world. But tonight it felt different. The wind pressed against the windows like it was trying to get inside, and the way the trees groaned under the weight of ice made Jacob shiver. He fumbled with the keys, finally pushing open the door to a familiar scent of pine and old wood. "Mom," he called, stepping inside. Silence. The house was empty. That wasn't unusual. His parents had driven to see relatives in Milwaukee that morning, but something felt off. The stove, normally cold when no one was home, was still warm, as if someone had just used it. Jacob shook his head, telling himself he was imagining things. He set his duffel bag down, started a fire, and brewed a pot of coffee. As he sipped, he noticed the first oddity. The photographs on the mantel, which usually faced outward, were all turned to the wall. Jacob frowned. That wasn't something his mother did. He walked closer, turning them over. Nothing had been taken. Nothing was missing. Just the pictures. Family members, smiling faces, facing away like they didn't want to be seen. A chill crawled up his spine. The wind picked up, rattling the windows violently. Jacob's nerves were on edge. He tried to focus on the fire, tried to calm his mind, but then he heard it, a faint, dragging noise from outside. At first, he thought it was a branch falling under the weight of ice. Then he heard it again, closer, deliberate. It scraped against the frozen driveway, a slow, steady sound, like someone or something was walking toward the cabin, dragging its feet. Jacob's heart hammered as he set down his coffee and crept to the window. He peered through the frost-covered glass. Nothing. Just the white expanse of snow, the dark outline of the trees, the frozen lake beyond. He exhaled, shaking his head. "It's just the wind," he muttered, though his voice sounded hollow even to his own ears. Then he saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, just beyond the reach of the porch light. It was tall, impossibly thin, almost skeletal, and it didn't move in a human way. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and though the snow was falling thick, he swore it was watching him. For a long moment, neither moved. Then, without a sound, it began gliding forward. Jacob stumbled back from the window, heart racing. He grabbed a baseball bat from the corner and fumbled with the lock on the door. The figure stopped at the edge of the porch, just out of the light, and for a moment Jacob thought it might be human. But then he noticed the face, or rather, the absence of it. Black, hollow voids where eyes should be, a grin that stretched too wide, too unnatural, cutting across what little of the face could be seen. He bolted to the kitchen, yanking open a drawer. Knives clattered to the floor. He didn't stop to pick them up. Something in him knew it wasn't meant to be fought in any conventional way. He ran to the back of the cabin toward the basement. His flashlight beam shook in his hand as he descended the creaking stairs. The basement was dank and musty, filled with boxes of old winter clothes, fishing gear, and dusty furniture. He slammed the door behind him, leaned against it, and tried to catch his breath. The sound of dragging outside grew louder, circling the cabin. He could hear it passing the windows, around the walls, every so often stopping for a moment, as if to listen. Jacob's mind raced. He thought of the old stories his grandfather used to tell, stories of Wendigo spirits wandering the northern forests during brutal winters, feeding on humans when food ran scarce. He had always laughed them off as folklore, but the figure outside wasn't a man, wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else entirely, something ancient and hungry. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Jacob had no sense of time. The dragging noise never stopped, never faltered. He sat in the basement, huddled in a blanket, listening to the scraping against the cabin's exterior. Then, faintly, he heard it, a whisper. At first, he thought he imagined it, but it became clearer. "Jacob!" The sound came from all directions, echoing inside the cabin, in the wind, in the walls. The voice was his own father's, but distorted, hollow, as if coming from beneath the ice of the lake. "Jacob, come out!" He pressed his hands to his ears, rocking back and forth, trying to ignore it. But the whisper grew louder, urgent, insistent, and then he realized. It wasn't calling him to safety. It was calling him to the woods, to the frozen lake. The thought of stepping outside made him nauseous. He knew the figure waited, knew it would take him if he tried to escape through the front door. The basement had no other exit. And yet the voice continued, persistent, coaxing, promising warmth and safety that he knew he would never find. Hours or days, he couldn't tell, passed in a tense, frozen silence. Finally, in a surge of desperation, he grabbed a flare from the emergency kit, knowing it was dangerous to use indoors, and climbed the stairs. The cabin was empty, the fire still burning in the fireplace, throwing long shadows. The figure was gone. The whisper had stopped. Jacob ran to the porch, eyes scanning the snow, every tree line, every shadow. Nothing. The night was still, almost too still. The snow had stopped falling, leaving the world stark and silent, white and cold. And then he saw it, not the figure itself, but the tracks. Long, dragging footprints leading from the edge of the woods to the porch, and leading back again. But that wasn't what made him scream. Mixed among the tracks were dozens of smaller ones. Human footprints, tiny, as if someone or something had been running alongside the tall figure. And every single one led back into the forest, disappearing beneath the trees. Jacob didn't sleep that night. He stayed on the porch, wrapped in blankets, watching the dark tree line, until the first light of dawn began to touch the snow. When the sun rose, the tracks were gone. Just snow. But he knew they had been real. He knew what he had seen. When his parents returned a few days later, he told them nothing, said only that he had stayed in the cabin alone and kept warm by the fire. They didn't press, sensing something was wrong. And Jacob didn't tell them about the voice, the figure, or the footprints. He didn't tell anyone. Winter continued, merciless and cold. And though the figure never returned to the cabin itself, Jacob began noticing small signs in the woods. Trees broken in ways they shouldn't have been. Odd, hollow calls that sounded like laughter or crying. Footprints, fleeting, vanishing before he could reach them. And sometimes late at night, when the wind howled through the trees just right, he swore he could hear whispers, his name, carried from the woods across the frozen lake. Years later, Jacob still lives in northern Wisconsin. He still visits the cabin each winter, never alone, never after dark. And though he tries to live normally, he knows better. Some things in the northern forests are old, patient, and hungry, and winter, with its cold and darkness, is when they wake. Jacob never speaks of that night, never explains the shadows in the snow or the whispers in the wind. But sometimes, when the wind rakes across the frozen lake, he swears he sees a tall figure at the edge of the trees, head tilted, grinning in the darkness, waiting. And he knows that if he ever ventures out alone on a December night, it will find him. Story the end. The wind tore through the dense pines surrounding the small town of Black Hollow, rattling the windows of the old houses and carrying a bite so sharp it felt like a blade against skin. Snow had been falling for hours, a thick, relentless curtain that blanketed the town in a ghostly silence. Most residents had long since retreated indoors, their porches buried beneath drifts that reached halfway up the steps. Streetlights cast hazy circles on the icy roads, but even their weak glow was swallowed quickly by the storm. It was the kind of December night that made people lock their doors and huddle closer to their fireplaces, whispering to themselves that the wind sounded almost human tonight. Tom Whitaker had lived in Black Hollow his entire life, in a house at the edge of town where the trees grew thick and the snow came heavy. He was a practical man, the kind who believed in preparation and common sense. And tonight, after hearing the weather warnings, he had double-checked his woodpile, stocked the pantry, and filled every pot in the kitchen with water in case the pipes froze. His wife, Elaine, had gone to bed hours ago, wrapped in blankets and sipping hot tea. Tom, however, couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in his chest. He wasn't sure if it was the storm or something else, something subtle, the kind you only feel when the wind carries a certain wrongness. Around midnight, as the snow fell thicker and the wind howled like a chorus of tortured souls, Tom heard a faint scratching at the back door. He froze, his hand hovering over the handle of the kitchen knife he always kept nearby during storms. At first, he thought it might be a branch swept loose by the gusts, but the sound persisted. Soft, deliberate scratches followed by a low, almost imperceptible tapping. He shook his head. Probably just the raccoons, he muttered to himself, forcing a laugh that came out hollow in the empty kitchen. But then came the whisper. So quiet that he almost convinced himself he hadn't heard it. It curled through the kitchen, floating on the wind that seeped through the doorframe. Tom. He jerked upright. Elaine? Silence. Shaking, he moved cautiously toward the back door. The snow had piled against it, thick and heavy, making the wooden frame creak under the weight of the storm. He wiped the frost from the window and froze. Footprints. Not animal tracks. Human, unmistakable but small, almost childlike. They led up to the door, stopped abruptly, and vanished into the swirling snow. His heart thumped painfully. This isn't possible, he whispered. Black Hollow was small, and in December, No one walked these roads at night, not without reason. Yet here were footprints, fresh in the snow, and they ended right at his doorstep. Tom grabbed his flashlight and stepped outside, boots crunching through the deep snow. The wind tore at his coat, but he forced himself forward, scanning the drifts. There was nothing. No one, no sound except the wind and the soft, eerie groan of the trees. He frowned, certain he had imagined the whisper. And yet, as he turned back to the house, he saw it, a shadow moving in the tree line, small, hunched, darting between the trunks, too quick for him to follow. He slammed the door and bolted it, his breathing ragged. Elaine stirred upstairs. "Tom, what's wrong?" she called, her voice trembling. "Nothing," he said quickly, forcing calm into his tone. "Just the wind. Go back to sleep." But sleep would not come, not for either of them. Hours passed in a tense, frozen silence, broken only by the storm and the occasional creak of the house settling. Then, just before dawn, came a knock at the front door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, at each one echoing through the house like a gunshot. Tom's stomach dropped. No one was supposed to be out there. Not at this hour, not in this weather. He reached for the phone to call the police, but the line was dead. Deadlines were normal in a blizzard, yes, but the timing was uncanny. Another knock followed, this time on the kitchen window. He approached slowly, flashlight in hand, and shone it into the thick, swirling snow. Nothing. And then, just for a second, he saw it. Standing inches from the glass, a small figure with hollow eyes staring at him. The wind whipped through the trees, carrying the faint whisper again. "Tom." He stumbled back, heart hammering. "Who's there?" No answer. Only the wind and the faint sound of giggling, a high, eerie laugh that didn't belong to any child he knew. The footprints from the back door reappeared, this time circling the house, impossibly fast, never breaking the snow as they went. Tom grabbed a hatchet from the porch, gripping it with both hands, and forced himself outside, determined to confront whatever had taken hold of his house. The snow was waist deep, and the wind cut through his gloves, but he pressed on, circling the perimeter. Every corner of the house was clear, but then he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The footprints led back to the forest, disappearing into the trees, but they weren't human anymore. They twisted and contorted unnaturally, elongating in ways that defied logic, as though the snow itself rejected their shape. He followed them, heart racing, deeper into the forest. The wind howled louder here, carrying the smell of decay, like something long dead, thawed just enough to breathe again. And then he saw it, standing in a clearing where no one should be. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, its limbs bending at unnatural angles, skin pale and stretched tight over its bones, eyes black pits that seemed to swallow the weak flashlight beam. Tom froze. The whisper came again, this time louder, insistent, coming not from the wind but from inside his head. "Tom, come, play." Panic surged. He turned to run, but the snow had grown thick, almost alive, sucking at his boots, slowing him with every step. The figure advanced, silent but inexorably, gliding over the snow as though it were water. Behind him, the forest seemed to close in, the trees bending and shifting, reshaping themselves like something out of a nightmare. And then he saw them. Smaller figures, dozens of them, darting between the trees, their faces distorted, eyes black, mouths stretching impossibly wide as they laughed and whispered his name. He stumbled, fell, and the snow swallowed his scream. Hours, or maybe minutes later, Elaine woke to find the house empty, no sign of Tom anywhere. The snowstorm had stopped, leaving a perfect, unbroken blanket over the yard. There were no footprints, no disturbance of any kind. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The police found nothing when they were called, and neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual. Just another storm, they said. He must have wandered off, gotten lost. But Elaine knew. She found the small footprints in the kitchen the next morning, circling the house, impossibly small, too many to count, and leading out the back door into the deep forest. And every winter since, on nights like this when the wind howls and the snow falls thick, she swears she hears it. A whisper carried on the wind, calling for Tom, calling for anyone foolish enough to answer. Locals say Black Hollow has always been cursed in winter, that the forest itself hungers when the snow falls heavy and the wind cuts sharp. Children disappear. Pets vanish. People swear they see figures in the trees, moving too fast, too unnaturally to be human. No one who enters the forest at night in December ever comes back the same, if they come back at all. Elaine never left the house, never remarried. Every winter, she keeps the lights burning, the doors bolted, and the woodpile full. She tells herself it's for safety, for survival. But in her heart, she knows it's for a chance that Tom might come back, carried on the wind, guided by the whispers of the forest that will never let him go. And sometimes late at night, when the wind is at its strongest and the snow is falling so thick it smothers the world, she hears it again, a soft scratching at the door, a faint tap at the window, and a whisper curling through the house, low and hungry. Tom. She doesn't answer. She never answers. Story the end. The wind was relentless that December night, rattling the old wooden windows of the farmhouse at the edge of the woods. Snow had been falling steadily for hours, thick and wet, turning the narrow country road into a treacherous white ribbon. Inside, the house was dimly lit, the only source of warmth a small wood stove in the kitchen. Outside, the world was a blur of white, a silent, suffocating expanse that seemed endless. Tom Henderson had never seen snow like this in his 32 years. He had grown up in Maine, but even he knew that storms like this were dangerous. He and his wife, Karen, had decided to spend Christmas in the old family farmhouse, a place Karen had loved as a child. The house was isolated, nestled at the bottom of a hill surrounded by dense forest, far from neighbors or even a main road. It had seemed romantic at the time, a perfect escape from the city. But now, trapped inside by the storm, it felt like a cage. Around 7 o'clock, the power flickered and then went out. Tom lit a few candles, their weak glow barely pushing back the darkness that pressed against the windows. Karen shivered, pulling the thick wool blanket tighter around her shoulders. "I hope it's not too bad out there," she said, her voice nervous. Tom tried to laugh it off. "We'll be fine. It's just a little snowstorm, nothing we can't handle." But deep down, he didn't feel fine. There was a strange, oppressive quiet outside, the kind that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. No wind howls, no distant animal cries, just silence, except for the occasional groan of the old house settling under the weight of the snow. Around 9 o'clock, Tom decided to check the driveway. He bundled up in layers, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped outside. The snow was already up to his knees, and the wind cut through his coat like a knife. He shoveled for a few minutes, but the effort seemed pointless. Every time he cleared a path, the snow buried it again. That's when he saw it. Footprints. At first, he thought they belonged to a neighbor or a traveler stranded in the storm, but these prints were strange. They weren't human. They were too large, too deep, and the spacing was wrong. They started at the edge of the woods and led right up to the side of the house. He felt a cold sweat on his back. "Karen," he called, his voice unusually tense. She appeared at the door, wrapped in her blanket. "What is it?" she asked. "Footprints. Someone or something came up to the house." Karen frowned. "Maybe it's an animal." Tom shook his head. "Not like anything I've ever seen. They're, I don't know, too big." They watched together, hearts hammering as the wind whipped snow across the yard. The footprints stopped at the porch. Then, for a moment, they didn't notice anything else. And then came the sound, a slow, deliberate scraping against the side of the house, like claws dragging across wood. Karen gasped and grabbed Tom's arm. "We should call someone," she whispered. But their phones were dead. No signal, no service. Just the storm, the house, and something out there. They barricaded the doors as best they could, stacking chairs and heavy furniture against them. The scraping continued, moving from the porch to the side windows, each sound slower, heavier, more deliberate than the last. The darkness outside seemed alive, pressing against the glass, watching. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. They lost track. The storm outside was relentless, but inside the house, an even more chilling presence had settled. Every shadow seemed to move. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps on the porch. Then, Tom noticed something he hadn't before. The footprints. They hadn't ended at the porch. They were in the snow around the back of the house. Something or someone was circling them. At some point, the candle in the kitchen went out. Darkness swallowed the room, and the temperature dropped sharply, so fast it burned their lungs when they breathed. Karen clutched Tom's arm. "I can't do this," she whispered. Tom could feel the fear radiating off her. He tried to calm her, but his own heart was racing. Then came the sound of a window breaking upstairs. They froze, listening. It wasn't just a crack or a pop. The glass shattered completely. tiny shards tinkling onto the floor. Something heavy hit the ceiling, pacing slowly, methodically. Tom grabbed the flashlight and shone it up the staircase. A shadow moved at the top landing, huge and hunched, impossible to see clearly but unmistakably there. Karen screamed, and Tom rushed to her, dragging her toward the basement. They had no other choice. The basement door was small but sturdy, and if whatever it was tried to come inside, it would be their safest bet. They bolted it shut and huddled together in the corner, listening as the storm outside continued, and the creature above them shifted and scratched. Hours passed. At some point, exhaustion took over. They dozed, waking intermittently to the sound of the storm and the occasional scrape above them. When morning came, the storm had lessened, leaving the world outside a blinding, white wasteland. Tentatively, they climbed the stairs. The upstairs windows were gone, shattered to pieces, and deep scratches lined the walls. The footprints outside had disappeared, as if whatever had been there melted back into the woods. Tom and Karen left the house that day, never looking back. The snowstorm had buried the tracks, but they couldn't bury the memory. Friends and neighbors later dismissed their story, calling it hysteria or fear playing tricks on them. But Tom knew what he had seen. He had grown up in the woods, spent years working and hunting in the Maine wilderness, and he had never seen anything like it. Something alive, something large, something intelligent and deliberate. Years later, Tom read about reports from the same area, tales of hunters and hikers vanishing, footprints that appeared and disappeared, scratching and pounding sounds in abandoned cabins. No one could explain them, and the local authorities had long given up trying. He had thought the incident would fade in memory, but every December, when the wind whistled through the trees and the snow fell thick and fast, he felt it again. The presence outside, patient, hungry, waiting. Karen never recovered fully either. She refused to step foot near the woods again, and every winter she checked the locks on doors and windows multiple times a night. Sometimes she would wake in the middle of the night, thinking she heard scratches on the side of the house, faint but deliberate. Tom would hold her close and tell her it was nothing, but he never truly believed it. The farmhouse still stands, abandoned now, a ghostly outline swallowed by the woods. Locals avoid it in winter, and the stories persist. Footprints appearing where they shouldn't, unexplained noises, the sense that something is circling, waiting. Some say it's an animal, but those who have seen it or lived through a night like Tom and Karen did know better. It's something else entirely, something ancient, something patient, something that waits for the coldest, darkest nights to make its presence known. And in the snow, it leaves its mark. Big footprints, deep and deliberate, circling, coming close, then disappearing, always watching, always hungry, always waiting for the next storm. Story, the end. The wind had been howling all evening, rattling the window panes of the small cabin nestled deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. Snow fell in heavy, relentless sheets, covering the pine trees and turning the world outside into a white, suffocating void. Daniel and his girlfriend friend Emily had been driving all afternoon trying to make it to his family's winter cabin before the storm got worse. The GPS had gone out hours ago, leaving them to rely on the faint traces of tire tracks in the snow to guide them. By the time they finally arrived, darkness had fully swallowed the forest. Daniel fumbled with the keys as the cold gnawed at his fingers. Emily shivered under the weight of her coat, her breath visible in the frigid air. When the door finally creaked open, the warmth of the cabin was almost shocking. A small fire had been left smoldering in the stone fireplace. Smoke curling up the chimney, and the scent of pine and old wood filled the room. "This place looks exactly like I remembered," Daniel said, dropping his bag by the door, "though it feels colder than usual." Emily nodded, rubbing her hands together. "Yeah, like the cold is alive out there." They tried to shake it off and started unpacking. The cabin was rustic but cozy. Old wooden furniture, a kitchen with well-used pots and pans, a small bedroom off the main room, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. As Daniel started a proper fire in the fireplace, Emily wandered over to the window and looked out into the endless white. "It's kind of beautiful," she murmured, though her voice trembled slightly. "But also, scary. Like something could be out there, just watching us." Daniel laughed, but it was a hollow sound. "It's just snow, trees. Nobody's out here but us. Relax." But as the night went on, they both began to feel uneasy. The storm outside seemed almost unnatural, the wind carrying strange, low moans that sometimes sounded almost like voices. The shadows of the trees flickered across the snow, forming shapes that made Emily jump more than once. By midnight, they had settled in with blankets in front of the fire, trying to ignore the rising sense of dread. That's when they first heard it. A loud, thudding sound coming from the back of the cabin, near the woodpile. Daniel frowned and got up. Probably just a branch falling. The wind's strong. But Emily wasn't convinced. It sounded like footsteps. He shrugged and grabbed a flashlight, heading to the back door. When he opened it, the wind hit him like a wall. Snow swirled in every direction, and the faint outline of the trees stretched into darkness. The footprints in the snow were there, but they weren't his own, nor Emily's. They were too big, heavy, and they didn't follow the path of the cabin, just appeared and stopped at the edge of the forest. Daniel felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Probably a hunter, he muttered, though he didn't sound convinced even to himself. They tried to go back to bed, but the thudding sounds continued. Soft at first, then louder, like someone, or something, was circling the cabin. Emily insisted on locking all the doors and windows, even checking twice. The storm outside made every noise feel amplified. The snap of branches, the whistle of wind through the cracks, the occasional thump that seemed almost deliberate. Around 2 a.m., the cabin's phone, which hadn't worked all day, suddenly rang. Daniel jumped. Emily clutched his arm. "Hello?" Daniel said, his voice shaking. Silence answered him for a moment before a low, gravelly whisper cut through the line. "You shouldn't have come here." The line went dead. Daniel dropped the receiver, his heart racing. This has to be someone messing with us," he said. But Emily wasn't listening. She was staring out the window, frozen. "Daniel, there's someone or something out there. I can see them. I think they're in the woods. Watching." He squinted into the darkness, and for a brief second he thought he saw a figure standing motionless between two trees. Impossibly tall, its face hidden under some kind of hood or shadow. But then, like a trick of the light, it vanished. They tried to stay awake, sitting by the fire, but exhaustion eventually overcame them. Daniel dozed off first, a blanket pulled over his shoulders. Emily, too anxious to sleep fully, closed her eyes for just a moment. That's when the scratching started. It was coming from the roof. Slow, deliberate, like claws scraping across shingles. Emily sat up, terrified, and Daniel woke with a start. "What is that?" she whispered. I don't know," he admitted. "Probably ice." The roof shifting. But the scratching didn't stop. It moved along the edge of the cabin, circling it, coming closer. Then came a knock, one single deliberate knock on the back door. Daniel grabbed a heavy fire poker, his knuckles white, and cautiously approached the door. The knock came again, louder this time. He swung the door open, and the snowstorm poured inside for a second, but there was no one there. Just the endless whiteness of the forest and those footprints which now led straight up to the cabin, stopping just short of the door. Emily screamed, "Daniel, get back inside!" He did, slamming the door, but then the knocking began on every window, all around the cabin. The sound of something trying to get in filled the room, a relentless pounding. Their fire flickered and dimmed, and the shadows on the walls seemed to twist into shapes that looked like people, hunched and crawling. Then came a voice. This time, closer, directly outside the window. It was the same gravelly whisper. "Leave, or join them." Daniel's hands shook as he grabbed Emily and bolted to the bedroom, locking the door behind them. They huddled together, listening as the pounding continued until the sun finally began to rise. The storm had passed, leaving the world outside silent, eerily still. When Daniel stepped outside, hoping to find evidence of someone, anything, all he found were the footprints. Not human. They were too long, too wide, and they disappeared into the forest as if the creature had simply lifted off the ground. The snow around the cabin was untouched otherwise, not a single branch broken, no other signs of passage. They didn't stay another night. Daniel packed up everything, and they drove back down the icy roads as fast as they could, the forest fading behind them. Weeks later, Daniel heard on the local news about a family that had gone missing in those very woods in the 1970s during a snowstorm. Search parties had never found them. Locals whispered about the Watchers of the Pines, creatures that stalk the woods in winter, waiting for anyone foolish enough to wander in. Daniel never returned to Minnesota. Emily refused to even speak about that night for months, and the two eventually drifted apart, the memory too heavy to carry together. But Daniel never forgot the feeling of being watched, the scraping on the roof, and the whisper that promised they weren't alone, and that they never truly left. Even now, years later, he dreams of the snow, the endless white, and the tall, shadowed figure standing just at the edge of the trees, waiting for the next winter, the next traveler foolish enough to wander too far. And every December, when the wind howls and the snow falls thick and heavy, he swears he can hear that same low, gravelly whisper in the night, "You shouldn't have come here." Story the end. The snow had been falling steadily for hours, turning the small town of Ashford, New Hampshire, into a white, silent world. By nightfall, the streets were buried under more than a foot of powder, and the wind howled through the bare trees like a living thing. In the heart of town, the old Holloway house sat abandoned, its windows dark, its roof sagging under the weight of snow. No one had lived there for decades, but locals still whispered about the strange happenings inside. Ethan Collins, a young journalist working for the Ashford Gazette, had always been fascinated by local legends, especially those that others dismissed as superstition. The Holloway house had always been one of his favorites. Stories of strange noises, flickering lights, and even disappearances had surrounded it since the 1970s, when the last occupant, Margaret Holloway, had vanished without a trace. Ethan had seen the house many times from a distance, but tonight, driven by curiosity and the promise of a compelling story, he decided to see it up close. He parked his car at the edge of the snow-covered driveway and wrapped his coat tighter against the biting wind. The snow crunched beneath his boots as he approached the front porch, the boards groaning under his weight. The door was slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Ethan hesitated for a moment, listening to the eerie silence broken only by the wind, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was stale and cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. Dust motes danced in the weak light of his flashlight as he moved through the narrow hallway. Wallpaper peeled from the walls in long strips, and the floorboards creaked ominously beneath him. He had expected an empty house, perhaps some broken furniture, maybe even some graffiti from local teens, but what he found was different. Everything was untouched, as though the house had been frozen in time. Ethan's flashlight swept across a living room dominated by a large, decaying fireplace. Family portraits hung crookedly on the walls, their subjects staring down at him with faded, lifeless eyes. In the corner, a rocking chair moved slightly, as if nudged by an unseen hand. Ethan froze, convincing himself it was the wind, though the house groaned like it was alive. He forced himself to keep moving, exploring the ground floor, taking notes on everything that could make a compelling story. As he ascended the narrow staircase, the temperature dropped even further. His breath came out in visible puffs, and the sound of the wind seemed to amplify inside the house, echoing down the halls. Halfway up, he heard it, a faint whisper, so soft he almost convinced himself he had imagined it. "Leave," the voice seemed to say. His pulse quickened, but he chalked it up to the nerves of entering an abandoned house. On the second floor, he found the bedroom of Margaret Holloway herself. The bed was neatly made, though thick layers of dust covered the sheets. A diary lay on the nightstand, its leather cover cracked with age. Ethan opened it, the pages brittle under his fingers. Most entries were mundane, detailing daily life, until the last few pages, which became erratic and unsettling. Margaret wrote about shadows moving on their own, whispers in the hallways, and a growing feeling that she was being watched. Her final entry was almost illegible. "It knows I can see it. It waits for me every night. If anyone finds this, stay away. Don't." The sentence cut off abruptly. Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced around the room, his flashlight flickering. Something outside the room made a faint scraping noise, like claws against wood. He turned slowly toward the hallway, but the landing was empty. The air felt heavier now, charged with a presence he couldn't see but could feel. His instincts screamed at him to leave, yet curiosity kept him rooted in place. He decided to explore one last area, the attic. The door at the end of the hallway was small and unassuming, But the temperature drop was immediate as he opened it. The attic was a cramped space with a slanted roof and wooden beams coated in frost. Boxes and furniture were stacked haphazardly, but something about the room felt wrong. The air was thick, oppressive, as if breathing was a struggle. Ethan's flashlight illuminated a corner, and he froze. There, scrawled on the wall in what looked like dried blood, were words, "You shouldn't be here." The letters were jagged, uneven, and fresh enough to make his stomach turn. His mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe someone had broken in recently. Maybe it was some twisted prank. But then he heard it, a soft, deliberate thumping coming from directly above him, the roof. The house was supposed to be empty. No one could be up there. And yet the sound continued, slow and deliberate, like something pacing. Ethan backed toward the stairs, his hands shaking. The whispers returned, louder this time, overlapping, seeming to come from every direction. Leave, leave, leave. He felt a pressure on his chest, as if the very air was trying to push him down. Panic surged. He stumbled down the stairs, tripping over the last few steps, and burst into the hallway. The front door loomed ahead, tantalizingly close, but when he reached for the handle, it wouldn't budge. He yanked harder, his fingers numb, and the whispers escalated into a low, guttural growl. Frantically, he looked around, searching for another exit. A window in the living room offered a possible escape. He ran to it, prying it open with every ounce of strength. As he climbed through, the snow outside bit at his skin, and he tumbled onto the frozen ground. Shivering violently, he scrambled to his car. The house behind him seemed to watch, dark and silent, but the feeling of being followed lingered, pressing against his back even as he started the engine. Driving away, Ethan kept glancing in the rearview mirror. At first he saw nothing, but then, faintly illuminated by the glow of the taillights, a figure appeared in one of the second-story windows. Pale, gaunt, and unmoving, it watched him leave. He blinked, and it was gone. The road stretched ahead, empty and snow-covered, but the sense of dread clung to him like a second skin. Back at his apartment, he tried to shake it off, telling himself he had let the stories get to him. But when he opened his notebook to start documenting the night's events, he found the words he had written earlier smeared across the page. Not in ink, something wet and dark, like blood, spelled out clearly, "You can't leave. We're waiting." The room grew cold, and the shadows in the corners of his apartment seemed to pulse and move. He wanted to run, but his body refused. Every instinct screamed to escape, yet he was trapped in a paralysis he had never felt before. Ethan spent the next few days trying to convince himself it had been stress, fatigue, a hallucination born of too many late nights chasing stories. But the visions persisted. At night, he would hear whispers outside his door. Figures would appear in the frost on his windows, vanishing whenever he got close. And always, always, the feeling of being watched, followed, hunted. Even during the day, when rational thought should have calmed him, he felt the weight of eyes on his back, unseen but ever present. Finally, he made a decision. He had to return to the Holloway house, to confront whatever it was that had latched onto him. Armed with more research, protective charms he barely believed in, and a shaky resolve, he drove through the blizzard back to Ashford. The town was eerily quiet, the streets empty as if everyone had disappeared. When he arrived at the Holloway house, there was no snow on the driveway, though the rest of the town was buried. The door stood wide open, an invitation, or a trap. Inside, the house was darker than he remembered, shadows moving in impossible ways. The whispers were louder now, chanting in unison, echoing from the walls themselves. He followed the sounds to the attic, where he found the same words scrawled on the wall, but this time they were animated, writhing like living letters. "You belong to us now." The temperature dropped further, and Ethan could see his breath condense in the air. The shadows converged around him, forming shapes that were almost human but impossibly twisted. And then he understood. Margaret Holloway hadn't vanished. She had been taken. And now, the house wanted him too. The last thing Ethan felt before darkness consumed him was the icy touch of countless unseen hands, dragging him toward the wall of moving shadows. His screams were swallowed by the wind outside, leaving the Holloway house once again silent, waiting patiently for the next curious soul to wander in. Story the end. The wind howled through the skeletal trees lining the edge of Lake Arrowhead, carrying with it the smell of frost and decay. The lake, normally a serene winter wonderland, was eerily still, its surface frozen over like a sheet of dull, gray metal. Every now and then, a sudden crack echoed across the ice, sharp and jarring, as though the lake itself were groaning under the weight of the cold. It was December in upstate New York, and the small town of Millersville was buried beneath 2 feet of snow, the streets empty, save for the occasional car struggling through the ice-covered roads. Ethan Harper had lived in Millersville his whole life, and he knew the winter months were no friend to anyone. The snowstorms could trap a person inside their own home for days, the temperatures plummeting to levels that made even breathing feel like inhaling shards of glass. He wasn't one to complain, but there was something different about this December. The air felt thicker, heavier, and at night the darkness seemed to press closer, almost as if the shadows themselves were alive, inching along the edges of buildings and trees. Ethan had always been a night owl, and that night he found himself alone in the old family cabin on the outskirts of town. His parents were visiting relatives for the holiday, leaving him with nothing but the company of his dog, Max, a large German shepherd who usually slept soundly at the foot of the bed. Ethan liked the solitude, the way the house groaned and whispered in the wind, a kind of eerie symphony he had grown used to. But tonight, there was an unease he couldn't shake. Around 10:30 p.m., a loud knock echoed through the cabin. It wasn't a soft tap, but a deliberate, almost violent pounding on the front door. Ethan froze. Visitors this late were unusual, and the snowstorm outside made any travel nearly impossible. Max growled low in his throat, the hair along his spine bristling. Ethan wrapped his robe tighter and approached the door cautiously. "Hello?" he called, his voice cracking slightly. No answer, just the relentless wind and the echo of the knock. Another 3 strikes, louder this time. Ethan stepped back, peering through the frosted glass panel. There was no one there. The snow had already started to drift over the steps, erasing footprints, leaving only a gray, white blur. Shaking his head, he returned inside, muttering about pranks or his imagination. He tried to settle back with a book, but the sound of scraping came from outside the cabin. Not footsteps, but something long, dragging across the ice-crusted porch. Max leapt up, barking ferociously, and Ethan felt a cold dread settle into his chest. He opened the door again, just enough to see, but again the snow had erased any sign of movement, and yet the sound persisted, echoing in the darkness, slow and deliberate, like something was pacing around the cabin. Hours passed, and the storm grew stronger. Ethan tried to rationalize everything. An animal, the wind, maybe even branches scraping against the siding. But deep down, he knew it was different. There was a rhythm to the sound now, a heartbeat in the darkness that wasn't his own, slow and pulsing, growing louder, closer. At 2 a.m., the power flickered and died, plunging the cabin into an oppressive blackness. Max whimpered, nudging Ethan with his cold nose, sensing the danger before his owner could name it. He grabbed his flashlight from the drawer and swept the beam across the room. The light caught the frosted windows, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw a shadow move on the other side. He froze. His heart pounded. It wasn't his reflection. This was something taller, more hunched, impossibly long-limbed. Then it vanished. The scraping sound had stopped, replaced by silence so absolute it pressed against his ears. Ethan wanted to laugh at his own fear, but the sensation crawling up his spine told him it wasn't his imagination. Trying to stay rational, he checked the perimeter of the cabin. The snow outside glistened under the flashlight, untouched and pristine. No tracks, no signs of life. Yet when he returned to the front door, the handle rattled violently as if something were trying to get in. Max lunged at the door, teeth bared, growling low. Ethan backed away, fumbling with the deadbolt, praying it would hold. Then a voice, low and gravelly, whispered from the other side, "Let me in." Ethan's blood ran cold. He had never heard anyone in town speak in that tone, and yet the voice carried a familiarity, a haunting recognition. He shook his head, telling himself it was the wind, an echo, anything but reality. But the whisper came again, this time closer, almost inside his own head. "Let me in, Ethan." The floorboards creaked behind him. He spun around, flashlight shaking. Max growled louder, hairs standing on end, but the room was empty. Panic took over. Ethan grabbed a fire poker from the hearth, holding it in front of him as if it could keep the darkness at bay. The whispering stopped, The cabin was silent except for the storm outside and the frantic pounding of his own heart. Hours blurred. Ethan kept moving from room to room, checking doors, windows, and closets. Max never left his side, barking at shadows, growling at corners where nothing existed. At dawn, exhausted and terrified, Ethan finally fell into a fitful sleep on the couch, leaving the front door bolted and the fire dying in the hearth. Max curled up beside him, restless but protective. When he awoke, the sun was rising over a world of pure white. The storm had passed, leaving the landscape sparkling and deceptively peaceful. Ethan rubbed his eyes and noticed something odd. The front door was slightly ajar. He was certain he had locked it. His blood ran cold. There were no footprints in the snow outside, no signs of anyone having been there. Yet the interior of the cabin bore evidence of a struggle. Scratches on the doorframe, scuff marks on the floor, and, most disturbing of all, a single long black smear along the hallway wall that looked like shadow residue. He tried to tell himself it was a bad dream, a product of isolation and fear. But as he cleaned up and packed to drive back into town, he noticed something etched into the frost-covered windows. When he wiped the ice away, his stomach dropped. There, written in the condensation on the glass, were words in a jagged, unnatural script: "I'll be back." Ethan's parents returned that afternoon. He tried to explain, but his voice faltered, and the rational world offered no comfort. The police checked the cabin, found no signs of intrusion beyond what he described, and chalked it up to stress and a vivid imagination. Ethan didn't argue. He knew what he had seen, what he had heard, and most importantly, what had left that message. The following nights were sleepless. The whispering, the shadows, the scraping. They returned whenever the storm hit. Ethan installed locks, cameras, even motion sensors, but nothing stopped it. Every December, when the snow fell thick and heavy and the nights grew long and bitter, the presence returned. He never saw it fully, only glimpses. A hunched figure at the edge of the woods, elongated limbs moving unnaturally, eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Max never left him, growling incessantly, yet even the dog shivered in fear at certain sounds, certain movements Ethan couldn't see. Millersville was a town full of secrets, but no one ever talked about the winter of 2019, when the Harper's cabin seemed to harbor something that defied reason. Ethan kept journals, detailed logs of every encounter, every sound, every whisper. He knew what he was dealing with wasn't human, wasn't natural, and the warning scratched into the frost was not empty. Every year, it returned, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, always leaving him shaken, a living witness to something older, colder, and far more patient than any person could imagine. People eventually left the town when the story leaked online, claiming the Harper cabin was haunted. But Ethan stayed, bound to the land and the memories. He learned to live with it, though sleep was always uneasy, and the nights of December brought a dread no warmth or fire could chase away. The darkness pressed in, whispering, waiting, and Ethan understood one undeniable truth. Some things in winter are not meant to be explained. They exist in the spaces between snowflakes, in the cracks of frozen lakes, in the cold, still night when the world thinks it is safe. One December night, years later, Ethan heard the scratching again. It was slow, deliberate, circling the cabin as if testing the walls. Max growled, louder than ever. Ethan approached the window, heart hammering. Outside, the snow was pristine, untouched. He thought maybe, just maybe, he had imagined it. But then the whisper came, as soft as the wind and as sharp as a knife. "You can't hide." Ethan froze. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees instantly. The shadows in the corners of the cabin deepened unnaturally, moving against the direction of the light. His breath came out in ragged puffs, fogging the air. He knew then that whatever haunted him that first winter had never left. It had only been waiting, patient and eternal, as the December nights rolled in one after another. And deep down, Ethan knew he would never be safe, not while the snow fell, not while the wind howled through the trees, and not while the lake groaned under its icy prison. The cabin door rattled. Max barked and lunged, teeth bared. The shadows stretched longer, darker. Ethan reached for the fire poker, hands trembling, and whispered a prayer that went unanswered. The presence outside was not content to stay outside anymore, and as the last vestiges of light disappeared, swallowed by a long, cold December night, Ethan realized the truth he had been avoiding for years. Winter was alive, and it had come for him. Story the end. The snow had started in the early afternoon, soft at first, almost peaceful. By the time Ethan and his friends left the small bar on the edge of Duluth, the flakes had thickened into a relentless blizzard. The highway ahead was a uniform white, headlights cutting through a foggy haze that seemed to swallow the world whole. Ethan's pickup rattled over the icy road, tires crunching on frozen grit, and he squinted at the rearview mirror, checking the blacked-out woods that pressed in on either side. "Man, I hope we get back before it really hits," called out Jason from the passenger seat, rubbing his hands together. "I don't want to be stuck out here." Ethan nodded. "Yeah, 2 more miles to the cabin. It's fine. We're fine." The cabin was an old family rental, the kind that hadn't seen a remodel since the 70s, with peeling shingles and a sagging porch. He had grown up in Minnesota, so winter was familiar, but something about this night unsettled him. The wind howled like it was alive, rattling the side mirrors and carrying a sharp, wet sting that cut through their jackets. The first odd thing happened just a half-mile from the cabin. A shadow, or maybe it had been a person, stood in the middle of the road. Ethan slammed on the brakes. The truck skidded, tires struggling for traction, and when he finally came to a stop, the figure was gone. No footprints in the fresh snow, nothing, just the relentless, swirling white. His friends muttered, half laughing, half nervous. "Probably a deer," Ethan said. But the image of a tall, thin shape in the blizzard didn't leave him. When they finally reached the cabin, the warmth hit them like a wave. Wood smoke curled from the fireplace, and the cabin smelled faintly of cedar and the remnants of last year's holidays. They hung their coats, shook snow from boots, and cracked open beers. The storm raged on outside, pounding the roof with icy fingers. By 10, the snow was relentless. The wind howled through the cracks around the windows, and Ethan thought he saw movement in the tree line more than once. Jason swore he heard someone walking on the deck outside. They laughed it off, blaming the wind and their nerves, but both Ethan and Jason stayed aware, glancing toward the dark woods beyond the porch light. Around midnight, the power flickered and then went out. The house fell into an oppressive black silence, except for the storm and their own nervous laughter. Ethan lit a lantern while Jason checked the windows. The snow had drifted high against the cabin walls, and one corner of the porch was nearly buried. It made him uneasy. The snow seemed almost unnatural in its depth, especially for December. Then came the knocking. Soft at first, slow. 3 taps on the front door, deliberate. Everyone froze. "Who's there?" Jason called, his voice sharper than intended. Nothing. The knocks came again, closer this time, more insistent. Ethan grabbed a flashlight and slowly approached the door. Outside, the snow swirled in the lantern light, and for a second he could swear he saw a tall figure standing just beyond the porch. Pale, thin, barely visible in the blizzard. Ethan swallowed and opened the door. Nothing. Only snow. Only the wind. The figure was gone. But in the snow, he noticed footprints. Barefoot footprints leading away from the cabin into the woods. They were large, unnervingly so, and uneven, like someone had been stumbling. His heart thumped. He called the others, who crowded to the doorway, straining to see into the storm. Jason stepped forward. "We should go to the truck. Sleep in the cab, maybe? Just, I don't know, be somewhere solid." Ethan hesitated. The cabin was locked, safe, warm. But he couldn't shake the sense that the storm wasn't just snow. It felt alive, pressing in, carrying something else with it. "Let's just lock up tight," Ethan said finally. "We'll ride it out." They secured the doors and windows, drew curtains over the frost-lined glass, and sat by the fire, nerves jangling like ice on a tin roof. They tried to talk, but the storm outside drowned their voices. Then they heard it. Footsteps. Bare, dragging across the deck, slow, heavy, circling. Jason swore he could hear breathing, long, shallow, like wind pushed through a thin, wet tube. "Dude, that's not possible," Jason said, gripping a chair. "There's no way someone's out there. The snow, the wind." His voice faltered. The lantern flickered. The fire snapped as if startled. And then a long, slow scrape against the cabin's siding, like nails or claws or ice dragging across wood. Ethan's blood ran cold. He grabbed a poker from the fireplace. "If someone's out there, I don't care. They're not coming in." The scraping stopped. Then, almost as if right next to the door, the whisper came. Soft, wet, hollow. "Ethan," he stumbled back. Who's there?" His voice shook. The others were silent, frozen in the lantern light. No reply. Only the wind, only the storm, only the feeling of being watched from all sides at once. They stayed up the rest of the night in the living room, back to back, weapons close, listening. Every snap of the wood outside, every groan of the old house made their hearts jump. Morning came, or at least light, filtered gray and weak through the storm. The snow had piled nearly 5 feet high against the cabin. The footprints outside had vanished, melted or blown away by the wind. The storm had passed, leaving a quiet so absolute it pressed against their ears. They thought maybe it was over. Maybe they had imagined things. Fear, fatigue, the isolation. They packed the truck and started back toward the highway. The drive was slow, snow-packed thick and roads invisible. As they crested a small hill, Ethan's headlights caught something on the roadside. A figure standing in the white, tall and thin, watching them. Barefoot. Snow covered its shoulders like a coat of frost. Its face, pale, frozen, unreadable, was turned toward them. Ethan swerved. The truck skidded, fishtailed, then straightened. "Did you see that?" Jason breathed, wide-eyed. Ethan nodded. "Yeah, it's like it followed us." The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, and then it was gone. Just gone. No footprints leading to it. No sign it had been there at all. Back in the city, life tried to resume normalcy, but the memory clung to Ethan. He kept thinking of the tall, thin figure, of the bare footprints circling the cabin, of the wet, hollow whisper of his name in the night. He told friends, they laughed, shrugged it off. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something followed him in those woods, something that winter had birthed or awakened, something patient, waiting for snow, waiting for the dark. The next December, Ethan went back, alone. The cabin was empty, abandoned in the snow as before. But when he stepped onto the porch, he saw the footprints again, bare, uneven, leading toward the trees. And the wind, he realized with a shiver, carried a whisper just for him. "Mel? Ethan?" Story the end. The snow had been falling steadily all day, thick and heavy, turning the little town of Ashwood, Vermont into a muted white wasteland. By late afternoon, visibility was down to a few yards, and the roads were slick with ice. The wind howled across the valley like a wounded animal, rattling the shutters and making the bare trees groan under the weight of frost. It was the kind of night that made people lock their doors, light a fire, and hope nothing worse than a power outage would come along. I was driving home from a last-minute run to the grocery store, my car creeping cautiously along the back roads, headlights barely cutting through the flurries. Most people had already retreated to the warmth of their homes, leaving the streets empty except for the occasional snowplow trudging through the drifts. I liked the quiet, normally. Something about the isolation made winter feel almost peaceful. But tonight, the silence was heavy, oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The first sign that something was off came about halfway home. There was a figure on the side of the road, barely visible through the curtain of snow. At first, I thought it was a stranded hiker or a hitchhiker desperate in the storm, but as I slowed down, the figure didn't move, not a twitch, not a gesture. It was hunched forward slightly, facing the road, but there was no sign of a face. My headlights hit it directly for a moment, and I caught a glimpse of something that didn't belong. Long, angular limbs that bent wrong, almost skeletal, and skin so pale it seemed to glow faintly in the reflection of the snow. I slammed the brakes, heart hammering. The car skidded slightly on the ice before coming to a stop, and I sat frozen, staring. The figure didn't move. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a mannequin, maybe a tree-shaped wrong, but instinct screamed otherwise. There was a sense of deliberate stillness, a quiet patience that made my stomach knot. I tried to drive past, keeping my distance, but when I did, it was like the figure noticed. It turned its head, or what I assumed was its head, toward me, slowly, deliberately, and I swore I could feel its eyes, if it had any, boring into me. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white, and I floored the accelerator. Tires screamed on the ice, sending the car fishtailing dangerously as I tried to put distance between us. When I finally reached my driveway, heart still pounding, I bolted inside, slammed the door, and double-locked it. The house was dark, cold, and silent except for the wind scratching at the windows. I paced, trying to convince myself it had been a hallucination brought on by fatigue, stress, and the relentless storm. But when I peeked out the window a few minutes later, I caught a glimpse of something at the edge of the yard, a shadowy shape retreating into the trees, impossibly fast for its size. I told myself to sleep it off. Winter storms played tricks on the mind. I had to get some rest before work the next day. But sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the siding, sounded like footsteps. I imagined the figure crouched outside, waiting, watching, its limbs bent like a spider's, waiting for me to fall asleep so it could move closer. Around 3 in the morning, I finally drifted into a light sleep, only to be awakened by a scratching at the front door. Slow, deliberate. Not the random tapping of a branch, not the scuffing of ice sliding down the siding. It was rhythmic, precise, like something testing the wood. I froze, straining to listen. The storm outside had died down to a low moan, so the sound carried clearly. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Pause. I reached for the baseball bat I kept by the bed. Every muscle tensed. Then I heard it, low, guttural breathing on the other side of the door. Too heavy, too uneven to be human. And then came a whisper, barely audible over the wind. "Let me in." My heart stopped. My mind screamed that no one could be out there. No human could survive in this storm without frostbite setting in within minutes. And yet the voice continued, soft and pleading, almost mimicking human speech, but wrong, off, like a child trying to imitate an adult. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I could hear it shifting its weight, scraping claws or hands against the wooden door. And then the scratching stopped. Silence. I waited. Every nerve on edge, I dared not even peek through the window blinds. After what felt like hours, the whispering started again, this time from the back of the house. My stomach sank as the sound circled, moving around the house in a slow, deliberate path. It was intelligent, patient, like it was learning the layout, mapping my escape routes. Morning finally arrived, gray and muted. The storm had passed, leaving a thick layer of snow covering everything. I cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. The snow was pristine except for a series of tracks surrounding the house. Not human, not animal. Too large for a coyote or deer, too angular for a person. The prints circled the cabin in a pattern that made no sense, erratic yet purposeful. And then I saw it. The imprint in the snow at the edge of the woods, tall and thin, impossibly narrow, and pressed deep into the drifts. A figure had been standing there, watching me all night. I packed my things that day and left Ashwood. I didn't go back. I don't tell most people what happened because it sounds insane. But every winter, when the first snow falls and the wind whistles through the trees, I feel that same unease. I remember the shape at the roadside, the scratches at the door, the whispering that wasn't quite human. And I know that somewhere out there in the quiet of a cold December night, it's still waiting. I haven't stopped hearing it in my dreams, the sound of someone or something scraping and whispering, circling, patient, intelligent, waiting for the right moment. And I know that if I ever return to the snow, it will be there, watching. Story the end. The snow had been falling all day, thick and relentless, turning the small town of Ely, Minnesota into a ghostly landscape of white. By late afternoon, the streets were empty, stores shuttered, and the only sounds were the crunch of boots on packed snow and the occasional gust of wind whipping through the pine trees that lined the outskirts. I had been visiting my uncle's cabin north of town, up near the Boundary Waters, a place he used for winter fishing and hunting. Normally, the drive back into town was quiet but straightforward. That night, though, the storm made even a short drive feel treacherous. I had stayed later than planned, helping my uncle check traps for the foxes and coyotes. When I finally packed up, the sky had gone dark and the snow had turned into a fine, stabbing sleet. The heater in my old Jeep roared, but the chill found its way into every crevice. Visibility was near zero, and I had to drive slower than usual, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. About 30 minutes into the drive, I noticed something unusual. Up ahead, along the side of the road, a figure crouched in the snow. My first thought was an accident, a stranded traveler, maybe a hunter like me. I slowed down, my tires crunching over ice-hidden ruts, and squinted through the windshield. The figure didn't wave or move, just hunched over as though protecting itself from the wind. I pulled over a few yards past the figure, rolling down the window, despite the cold. "Hey, you okay?" I shouted, but the wind swallowed my words. When I got out, the snow bit through my coat, and I could barely see the person. As I approached, I realized it wasn't a person at all. It was thin, unnaturally tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its face was buried in its hands, and the way it moved, just barely in the snow, made my stomach turn. Before I could step closer, it lifted its head, and I caught a glimpse of its eyes. Completely black, no whites, no pupils, just voids reflecting the faint glow of my headlights. I froze. Something primal told me to run, but curiosity rooted me to the spot. The thing tilted its head and made a sound, a low, wet gurgle that didn't belong to any human or animal I'd ever heard. My instincts screamed, and I stumbled back toward the jeep. The thing rose slowly, its movements jerky, unnatural. It wasn't walking. It was gliding or perhaps striding in a way that made my mind rebel against understanding. I slammed the door and locked it, fumbling to start the jeep. The engine roared to life, and I tore down the icy road, heart hammering. Behind me, I thought I saw it move along the edge of the woods, keeping pace despite the poor visibility. The headlights barely illuminated its figure, but I could see the limbs stretching and contorting like a nightmare brought to life. Every mile I drove, my fear ratcheted higher. The thing never approached the road, never attacked directly, just followed, watching, waiting. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the storm, a shadow of the trees, my mind playing cruel games. But every turn, every patch of snow, I thought I caught a glimpse of that dark figure. Hours later, I finally reached town, shaking and breathless. The storm had let up slightly, enough for streetlights to show. I turned into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner, my Jeep sliding on ice, and when I parked, I looked back down the road. Nothing. No figure. Just the storm, empty and silent again. Inside the diner, the warmth hit me like a wave. I ordered coffee, my hands trembling so badly I spilled half of it. I tried to tell myself it was over, that it had just been the storm, that my mind had conjured something to cope with the isolation. But as I sipped the coffee, I noticed an old man in the corner, staring at me with intense, unsettling eyes. His face was lined, weathered, but his stare had an odd quality, like he could see something I couldn't. He didn't speak, just watched. I left the diner after finishing my coffee, the sense of being observed crawling over me. As I walked toward my Jeep, I caught sight of fresh footprints in the snow. They weren't mine. They weren't typical boot prints either. Too long, too thin, and the stride was impossible for a human. They followed the road exactly where I had driven, stretching back several miles as though someone or something had been walking parallel to me the whole time. I left town that night in a haze of fear and adrenaline, sticking to well-lit streets, refusing to look back. At home, I checked local news, hoping someone had reported a stranded traveler, a missing person, or some explanation. Nothing. The papers had stories about the storm, accidents, nothing unusual. My friends laughed when I tried to explain, thinking I'd seen a deer or a shadow, but I knew what I'd seen, and deep down, I knew it wasn't of this world. The next day, I drove back to the cabin to check on my uncle. I told him about the thing, bracing for ridicule. Instead, his face went pale, and he said, "You saw it too, then." "Wait, you know what it is?" I asked. "Not exactly," he said, his voice low, "but I've seen it before. Out here in the winter, always December, always after a storm. People vanish. Hunters, travelers. The snow, it hides things, and some of them don't want to be found." I pressed him for more, but he just shook his head. "Some things you don't talk about. You survive by remembering only part of it." I left the cabin uneasy, feeling the weight of something watching, even in broad daylight. I tried to put it out of my mind, but that night, at home, the wind howled like it had in Ely. The snowflakes tapped against my window, soft and insistent, and I swore I saw dark shapes moving just beyond the trees in my yard. Weeks later, the memory returned sharper than ever. I was driving along Highway 1 near Lake Superior during another snowstorm, lights dimmed, visibility low, when I caught a movement along the tree line. It was tall, thin, and dark, just standing there, watching the road. I slammed the brakes, heart racing, but when I tried to get a good look, the figure vanished into the falling snow. I stopped telling anyone, stopped going out at night during storms, but sometimes, even in the safety of my own home, I hear it. The scraping of something massive moving across ice, the whispering wind carrying something more sinister than snow. I've tried to ignore it, but I know it's out there, waiting for another December storm, following someone foolish enough to be alone on a dark, empty road. I still drive that route, but never at night during the storm. And every winter, when the snow falls thick and the wind cuts like a knife, I can't help but remember the eyes in the snow and the black shape that followed me home. It's a reminder that out here in the frozen reaches of the north, the cold doesn't just bite. It watches, waits, and sometimes it claims those who wander too far into its white, endless silence. Story, the end. The snow started falling late that afternoon, thick and heavy, the kind that makes the world feel smaller, more silent, like the sky is pressing down just for you. I was driving back from a work trip in upstate New York, winding through narrow country roads, my headlights cutting through the blizzard, when I realized the gas gauge was flirting with empty. The GPS on my phone showed a tiny dot labeled Maplewood, about 15 miles ahead. No town, no lights, just a name on a screen. I figured I could make it, and besides, the storm was worse the longer I stayed on the main road. The roads had grown slick, snow stacking quickly into little drifts along the edges, and visibility was down to a few car lengths. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and the heat in the car felt weak against the cold pressing from outside. As I rounded a bend, I saw the sign, Maplewood, but the welcome letters were missing, leaving only rusted bolts. The place looked abandoned. I thought maybe there was a gas station up ahead, maybe a diner still open, anything. But the road narrowed further into what looked like a dirt path, lined with skeletal trees bowed under the weight of snow. I drove slowly, the tires crunching through a thin layer of ice and snow until I saw the lights of a small house. It was the only structure in sight, the kind you see in old postcards of New England winters, with smoke curling from the chimney. I slowed and considered turning around, but there was nowhere else to go. I needed warmth, maybe a phone charge, and the idea of asking for help felt safer than staying in the car in the storm. I knocked on the door. No answer. I tried the handle. It turned easily. The door opened with a creak, and I stepped inside. The smell hit me immediately. Wood smoke, but under it something damp and earthy, like the smell of wet leaves left to rot. The living room was small and dimly lit, furnished in dark wood and worn upholstery. On a side table was a bowl of half-rotted fruit and a candle, burnt almost to the wick. The room was too still, too quiet. I called, my voice sounding ridiculous against the thick walls. Silence. I stepped further in, my boots crunching on the snow that had tracked in, and that's when I noticed the photographs. They were framed, black and white, on every wall. Families in old coats, children holding sleds, couples smiling under snowy trees, but every single one of the eyes had been scratched out. Deep gouges, carefully done. My stomach dropped. I turned toward the hallway, my flashlight cutting the dark corners. A faint sound came from upstairs, soft shuffling. I froze. I told myself it was the wind settling the house, maybe an animal. But then I heard it again. Something dragging, slow, deliberate. I swallowed hard and crept up the stairs, trying to stay calm. The house groaned under the weight of the storm outside, but that dragging sound didn't belong to the building. It was heavier. The hallway was lined with more photographs, all scratched, all faces erased. My skin crawled. At the end of the hall, the sound came from the master bedroom. I raised my flashlight and pushed the door open. The room was empty, but the bedspread was pulled back and the floor was covered in something dark and sticky, forming a trail toward the window. I stepped closer and realized it was blood, dried but unmistakable, leading out to the back porch. I went to the window and peered out. The snow was falling harder, but there was a trail imprinted in it, not just footsteps, but something larger, dragging along the ground. I couldn't see what it was, but the width and depth of the trail made my stomach twist. And then I saw them, eyes in the dark, pale, reflecting my flashlight. They were staring from the edge of the woods, dozens of them unmoving, just watching. I ran back downstairs and bolted the door. My hands shook as I tried to think. There was a phone on the wall, an old rotary phone, and I picked it up. Dead. The line was dead. The storm had clearly taken care of that. I had no idea how long these things had been watching, how long the house had been empty, or why I had been drawn in. I realized my only choice was to leave, but the storm had buried the road I came in on, and when I stepped outside, the snow was soft and thick, muffling the sound of my boots, hiding the tracks. That's when I saw them move. Slowly, unnaturally, from the tree line. Tall, gaunt shapes with long limbs, pale skin like frost, and empty dark eyes. They didn't run, didn't make a sound, just glided forward, leaving deep impressions in the snow. My heart pounded so hard I thought they would hear it. I stumbled backward toward the porch, almost tripping, and realized I'd left the door unlocked. I slammed it shut, threw the heavy bolt into place, and pressed my back against it. I could hear scratching, faint at first, then sharper, more deliberate, like claws or fingers trying to find purchase. The snow on the porch shifted under weight I couldn't see, footsteps pressing closer, then fading again, testing, waiting. I thought about screaming, but fear had hollowed my throat. I went to the fireplace and tried to light it, shaking. The matches sputtered in the damp air, and eventually I got a small flame going, just enough to see, just enough to feel a little safer. The shadows cast by the fire danced on the walls, and I thought I saw figures moving in them. I jerked my head toward the window. Nothing. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. I sat near the fire, trying to ignore the soft shuffling, scratching, and whispering that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Sometimes it was just outside the windows, sometimes upstairs. Sometimes I thought it came from the walls themselves. I told myself I was imagining it, but the tracks in the snow told another story. When morning came, the storm had passed. The world outside was a blinding white, the kind that makes everything look unreal. I needed to leave. I tried the truck. I had walked it here yesterday, parked at the edge of the road, but it wouldn't start. Dead battery. I kicked the tires. Nothing. The wind carried a strange scent, something metallic, something wrong. I walked back to the house for my bag. That's when I noticed new tracks in the snow around the cabin. Not footprints, not animal prints. They were elongated, twisted, uneven, moving from the tree line to the porch, and the handprints on the door were fresh this time, smeared in dark frost and snow as if someone or something had pressed itself against the wood, testing it. I grabbed my coat and ran toward the tree line, and thinking I could cut through the woods to the main road, anywhere to escape. But the tracks followed, deep impressions in the snow, pacing me, keeping up, matching my every step. Then a whisper, my name, drawn out and hollow, coming from everywhere at once. My legs moved faster, but the sound was relentless, circling, echoing. I finally stumbled onto the main road, exhausted, lungs burning, the snow still falling in heavy sheets. A car appeared in the distance, like its headlights cutting a path through the blizzard. I waved frantically, trying to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. The vehicle slowed, pulled over, and a man got out. He looked at me with concern. But when I tried to point back toward the cabin, toward Maplewood, I couldn't. The storm had erased it. The trees, the house, the tracks, all gone as if they had never existed. I made it to the nearest town that day, told the story to the police, but they didn't find anything when they went out to search. No tracks, no house, no signs of life or death, just an empty, snow-covered stretch of road. They told me it was probably an old structure long abandoned, maybe a dream, maybe hypothermia playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. The tracks, the handprints, the eyes in the tree line, the whispers calling my name. They were real. And every December since, when the wind whips through the trees and the snow falls thick and fast, I remember that night. I can still hear it. The scraping, the dragging, the soft, hollow voices. And I know that somewhere in the dark woods of upstate New York, Maplewood still exists, waiting for the next person foolish enough to wander in. Story the end. Snow had been piling against the window since late afternoon, but the wind didn't really start until after dark, one of those long, low howls that felt less like weather and more like something alive dragging its claws across the night. By the time Alex checked the clock on the wall, it was nearly 11, and the old farmhouse shuddered with each gust. He'd only agreed to house sit because his sister insisted she needed someone there, while she and her husband took the kids to visit his in-laws. "A week," she'd said. "Just make sure the pipes don't freeze. Help yourself to anything in the fridge." He hadn't expected the cold snap to hit early, hadn't expected the roads to ice over, and hadn't expected to be completely alone on the coldest December night Montana had seen in a decade. He added another piece of wood to the stove, nudging the embers until they flared orange. The cabin creaked as though it were trying to shift away from the wind. He was used to apartment buildings with central heating and neighbors on all sides. Not this kind of quiet. Out here, miles from town, surrounded by white fields and forest, the silence felt like a living thing waiting for him to acknowledge it. He tried to distract himself with his phone, but the signal flickered and died within minutes. The storm would knock out the tower before long. He set the phone aside, rubbed his hands together, and listened to the steady crackling inside the cast-iron stove. A sharp, rhythmic tapping broke through the quiet. He froze. It was faint at first. 2 taps, then a pause. Another 2 taps. He stood perfectly still, listening. The sound wasn't coming from the window. It wasn't branches scraping siding either. It was below him, beneath the wooden floorboards. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. He knew this house. He'd grown up coming here for holidays. The basement was small, unfinished, and so cold that no one went down there unless the power breaker tripped. Pipes ran along the back wall, maybe metal expanding in the cold. He tried to convince himself, but the tapping was too deliberate, too evenly spaced, as though someone or something was giving a signal. He grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer. Its beam flickered weakly, but it would do. He crossed the living room, boots thudding against the wooden boards. When he reached the basement door, he hesitated. The tapping stopped. He opened the door slowly and stepped onto the creaking stairs. Cold air poured upward like the breath of something waiting at the bottom. Halfway down the steps, his flashlight flickered again. "Come on," he whispered, smacking it with his palm. The light steadied. The basement was just as he remembered. Concrete floor, stone walls, a few cardboard boxes stacked neatly against one side, the old oil furnace humming faintly. He scanned the room. Nothing moved, but something felt wrong. He hadn't turned off the basement light. He knew he hadn't. His sister always left it on, connected to a separate line so the cold wouldn't settle too deep into the house. Yet now, the bulb dangling from the ceiling was dark. He ran the flashlight along the pipes. No leaks, no loose fixtures, no reason for the tapping. He exhaled slowly and turned to go back upstairs. At the top of the stairs, the basement door slammed shut. The flashlight slipped from his hand and clattered onto the steps, the beam spinning wildly. He rushed upward, grabbed the doorknob, and twisted. Locked. It didn't even have a lock. He threw his weight against it once, twice, but it didn't budge. The house groaned and the wind above wailed like something laughing. Then the tapping started again. This time it came from inside the basement, behind him. He grabbed the flashlight, heart pounding, breath fogging before him. The beam stuttered across the concrete. Shadows twisted along the corners, shifting with the unsteady light. Tap, tap. Closer now. Too close. He backed away from the sound, keeping the flickering beam pointed forward. The tapping grew louder, faster, turning into a frantic scratching. It scraped across the concrete floor, then up one of the stone walls. He felt for his phone, realizing too late he'd left it upstairs. The scratching stopped. Silence swelled, thick as the cold. Then something exhaled behind him. He spun around. The flashlight died, plunging him into darkness so complete it seemed to smother him. He stumbled backward until his shoulder hit a wooden support beam. He pressed his back against it, chest heaving. A different sound emerged, soft, wet, and slow, like bare feet stepping across cold stone, each step deliberate, each one a little too heavy to be human. A faint dragging accompanied it, something long scraping behind. He forced himself not to move. If he made a sound, whatever was down there would find him. The steps grew closer, stopping only a few yards away. He could feel it watching him somehow. Could feel the weight of its attention settle on him like a hand pressing against his chest. Seconds passed. Then minutes. He didn't move. He barely breathed. A sudden thud against the floor made him jump. The thing moved again, faster now, circling the room with scraping steps. It was searching for him. He swallowed hard. If he didn't get out soon, he wasn't getting out at all. He slid one hand along the support beam until he felt something small, metal. Hooks. His sister's husband used them to hang tools, but she'd insisted they were dangerous and asked him to remove them. Only 2 remained. Sharp, curved. He broke one free quietly and held it like a makeshift knife. The creature's steps paused again, this time directly in front of him. He couldn't see it, but he could sense the cold radiating off it, deeper than the winter outside. The creature inhaled a rattling rasp that felt like it scraped the inside of his lungs. Outside, the wind slammed against the house, shaking the walls. The basement door creaked open upstairs. Light flooded the top of the stairwell. Whatever stood in front of him hissed, a guttural sound of displeasure. It retreated backward, steps slapping the floor in rapid succession. He heard it climb the stone wall again, heard its claws dig into mortar. He didn't wait. He bolted for the staircase, tripping on the lowest step, but catching himself. He sprinted upward, half falling, half climbing, just as something slammed into the wall behind him. He burst into the hallway, slammed the basement door shut, and threw his full weight against it. The wood and hinges shook violently as something rammed the other side. He twisted the deadbolt out of pure instinct, even though he knew the door didn't have one. Yet the bolt slid into place with a metallic click that shouldn't have been possible. The pounding stopped. His breath tore out of him in ragged gasps. The house was silent again. He backed away slowly, never turning his back to the door. When he reached the living room, the fire in the stove had nearly died. He added more wood with shaking hands, feeding the flames until the room filled with light again. The wind outside had died suddenly. No more howling, no more rattling windows, just cold, too cold. He stood in the middle of the room, listening. Every shadow seemed deeper, every corner darker. His heart still hammered in his chest. Then he saw it. On the window facing the front yard, a handprint, large, much larger than any person's, 5 long fingers ending in sharp points. The print shimmered faintly against the frost as if it had been made only moments earlier. Something had been outside. Something else had been inside. He didn't sleep the rest of the night. He sat in the armchair facing the hallway, the basement door just barely visible in the dim light. Around 3 a.m, the wind returned. By dawn, it was a full blizzard again, thick white swallowing the fields and driveway. He waited until noon, when the storm calmed enough for him to brave the road. He packed his bag in under 10 minutes, refusing to step anywhere near the basement. As he headed outside, he dared one final look at the farmhouse. The basement window, the tiny one near ground level, was cracked open. He knew for a fact it had been closed the night before. He shut the car door, locked it twice, and drove as fast as the icy road allowed. When he reached town, he found a signal and called his sister, voice shaking. He didn't tell her everything. He didn't want her thinking he'd lost his mind. He only said something strange happened and he was leaving the house early. She didn't sound surprised. There was a pause on the phone line, then she said quietly, "Alex, did you hear tapping?" His stomach dropped. "Why? We've been hearing things down there for weeks. We thought it was animals, but the tapping was always at night. Always the same pattern. Tap, 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 tap." He gripped the steering wheel hard enough his knuckles turned white. "We're getting someone to look at the foundation," she said. "Maybe something's living under the house." He didn't answer, because in his mind he heard again the wet scrape of something climbing the wall. The rasping breath inches from his face, the weight of its attention in the dark. He knew what he heard wasn't an animal, and whatever it wasn't living under the house. It had been trying to get out. 3 days later, his sister called again. They'd gone back to the house. Everything looked normal. No damage, no tracks in the snow, but the basement door, the one he distinctly remembered closing, was wide open, and deep inside the basement, carved into the stone wall, were 2 long, deliberate marks. Not scratches, not claws, symbols, 2 lines side by side, tap, tap. He blocked the number that night. He hasn't gone back to the farmhouse. He won't, not ever, because some things don't want to be found, and some things, once they know you heard them in the dark, remember you. Story the end. The snow had been falling for hours, thick and heavy, coating the world in an endless white. I had been driving through northern Vermont that evening, heading back to my family's cabin after a long weekend in Burlington. The road was narrow, flanked by dense woods that seemed to swallow the weak beams of my headlights. The radio had long since gone dead, the storm interfering with every signal. My car's heater was working overtime, but the chill still managed to seep through the vents, crawling along my spine. I was nearly halfway to the cabin when I noticed something on the side of the road, a figure. At first, I thought it was a tree bent over in the wind, but then it moved. A man, or at least the shape of one, standing completely still, facing the forest rather than the road. He was bundled in a thick coat, hood pulled tight, head down, arms hanging limply by his sides. I slowed the car instinctively, my hands tightening on the wheel. My brain screamed that it wasn't safe to stop, not in this weather, not here. But part of me, the part that had always been curious, wanted to know if someone needed help. As I drove past, I noticed something off. The figure didn't turn as I passed. He didn't move at all. Then, a moment later, I realized that my car's rearview mirror was catching him, not behind me, but on the opposite side of the road, now just a few feet away from the driver's side door. I slammed the accelerator, heart hammering. The snow churned under the tires as I barreled down the road, the headlights cutting through the whiteness. My mind raced. Could it have been a reflection? A trick of the storm? But my stomach told me otherwise. That figure had been closer than it should have been. I didn't stop until I reached a small bridge where the road straightened. I glanced in the rearview mirror, empty. The woods returned to their usual silent, snow-blanketed monotony. I shook my head, trying to force rationality back into the panic rising in my chest. The cabin came into view, isolated at the end of a long drive, its windows dark except for a faint glow from the fireplace inside. I parked, shook off the snow, and locked the doors behind me. The storm was relentless, rattling the wooden beams, and I decided to light a fire before I even thought about food or settling in. As the flames began to lick the edges of the hearth, casting the room in a warm orange glow, I noticed something on the window nearest the door. A handprint. Not my own. Too large, fingers too long and thin, pressed firmly against the glass as if someone had been peering in. My stomach dropped. The storm outside was brutal. No one could have gotten here on foot without leaving a trail of prints in the deep snow. I checked the perimeter of the cabin, flashlight in hand. There was nothing, not a single set of footprints, not a sign of life in the swirling white. Still, I couldn't shake the unease settling over me like a heavy cloak. The wind howled outside, but inside, the silence felt heavier, almost watchful. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was the previous owner of the cabin leaving a mark, a strange relic from an old prank. But the wood of the window frame had been repainted last summer. This handprint was fresh. I touched it briefly with my gloved hand, ice cold as if the skin had frozen on contact. I went back inside, locked the doors, and tried to focus on the fire. The storm raged on, shadows dancing in the corners of the room, stretching and shrinking with the flicker of the flames. Hours passed. Every gust of wind, every creak of the cabin's wooden frame made my heart race. I kept telling myself it was the storm, that my imagination was feeding off the isolation and the cold. Then I heard it, a faint scraping. At first I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't random. It was deliberate, slow, moving across the roof of the cabin. Something heavy, something that shouldn't have been able to climb a roof in a blizzard. I froze, every nerve on edge. The scraping continued, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. I could hear the occasional tap like nails or claws against the wood. My first thought was an animal, a raccoon, maybe a bobcat, but the weight, the rhythm, it didn't fit. I grabbed my uncle's old hunting rifle, a rusty but functional piece that had been left in the cabin. My hands shook as I loaded it, the metal cold against my gloves. I approached the window slowly, trying to peek out without being seen. Nothing. Then I saw it, or rather, them. Figures moving just at the edge of the trees, shadows that didn't belong. They were hunched, faces hidden, moving with a slow, deliberate patience. I counted at least 3. Their limbs were unnaturally long, the way they bent, the way they moved. Wrong. Not quite human, not quite animal. I backed away from the window. My breath came in shallow gasps, frost forming on the edges of my lips. The fire felt insufficient, its warmth laughable against the cold that seemed to radiate from the creatures outside. Then came the tapping at the door, slow, steady, methodical. Each tap made my heart jump. My mind screamed to ignore it, to pretend nothing was there, but the rational part of me knew that if they wanted in, well, the door was old, the locks weak. I held my rifle, every muscle tense. The tapping stopped. Silence returned, punctuated only by the wind and the fire. I counted my breaths, trying to calm down, when I heard something that froze me completely. A voice, soft, almost melodic, calling from outside. Please, let me in. It was human, or at least it sounded human. Weak, trembling, desperate. I told myself it was someone lost in the storm, but the voice carried an eerie undertone, something not quite right. It didn't rise or fall naturally, like a recording of a human voice played back with slight distortion. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I couldn't. The voice continued, growing faintly insistent. It's so cold. Please, let me in. Then another sound joined it, scraping along the porch railing, a slow, deliberate drag. I realized with horror that the handprint on the window had melted slightly, but the outline of long, thin fingers remained. Someone or something was circling the cabin, learning it, testing it, watching me. Hours passed like that. The storm outside didn't relent, and the presence never left. I stayed near the fire, the rifle ready, watching every shadow, every movement outside. Every so often I caught glimpses of figures in the woods, always at the edges of visibility, always gone when I blinked. By morning, the storm had finally begun to ease. I waited an extra hour before venturing outside, every nerve taut, every sense screaming. The snow was pristine except for one thing, a trail of prints leading from the edge of the woods to the cabin. They were human-shaped, impossibly long, and they ended abruptly at the cabin's threshold, continuing no further. I followed them around the cabin, scanning the forest, but there was nothing, no one hiding, no footprints leading back into the woods. Nothing. It was as if the figures had vanished into thin air. I didn't stay. I packed my things and drove the long, treacherous road back to civilization, my hands still trembling on the wheel, my eyes scanning every shadow along the tree line. When I told my uncle what happened, he only nodded grimly. "You're not the first to see them," he said. "And you won't be the last. Some winters, the forest, it doesn't want visitors." I never stayed at that cabin again. Every December since, when the first snow falls and the wind starts to howl through the trees, I remember that night. The sound of the scraping on the roof, the long, unnatural fingers pressed against the glass, the voice that sounded human, but wasn't. I've never seen anything like it anywhere else, but I know it's out there, waiting for the next person foolish enough to wander too far, too deep, in the cold December woods. Some nights, I can still hear the tapping in my dreams. Slow, methodical, patient, always outside, always waiting. Story the end. The first snow hit in mid-December, soft and light, like powdered sugar settling over the small town of Ashford, Vermont. I had grown up in the area, but this year I decided to rent my uncle's old cabin by the river, the one he'd abandoned years ago. It was a long, winding drive from the main road, surrounded by thick pines, and it promised a weekend of solitude, just me, a stack of books, and the kind of silence that makes a person feel like the forest is holding its breath. I arrived Friday afternoon. The sky was gray, and the temperature was already below zero. The cabin looked the same as I remembered: weathered wood, a stone chimney, and a thin plume of smoke curling from the old stovepipe. Inside, it smelled of pine and dust, and the firewood stacked in the corner seemed to beckon me. I set down my bags, lit the wood stove, and unpacked. The sound of the fire crackling against the quiet outside was soothing, almost hypnotic. For a while, I felt like I could disappear into this winter world and leave all my responsibilities behind. Night fell fast. I ate a simple dinner and settled in by the fire. Through the frost-covered windows, I watched the snow swirl in eddies, dancing in the yellow glow of the cabin light. At first, everything seemed perfect, but as the evening deepened, a subtle unease crept in. The wind began to moan through the trees in long, low wails that sounded almost human. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the storm settling in. Around 10, I heard it, a soft thump coming from the side of the cabin. I froze. It was faint, but deliberate. Another thump followed, slower this time, almost hesitant. My mind raced. Maybe a branch had fallen, maybe an animal. But then I heard it again, a dragging sound, low and heavy, scraping along the wooden siding. Heart hammering, I grabbed the flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The snow had piled almost to my knees, muffling my own footsteps. I swept the beam across the yard and spotted footprints, large, uneven, not quite human. They led from the tree line to the side of the cabin, then vanished under the fresh snowdrifts. The dragging marks were distinct. 2 parallel grooves gouged into the snow, long and deliberate, as if someone or something had been moving something heavy. I swallowed hard and stepped back inside, bolting the door behind me. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank, but no one had known I'd be here. No one had driven the storm. I sat by the fire, my body tense, listening. The storm raged outside, wind screaming through the trees, and then came the knocking. Not gentle, but firm, loud enough to make the windows vibrate. 3 knocks, spaced evenly. then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After what felt like hours, I mustered enough courage to peek through the frost-covered window. The clearing outside was empty, coated in fresh snow, untouched except for the grooves and footprints that were now partially covered. I chalked it up to my imagination and tried to sleep. I didn't. The next morning, I discovered something worse. The firewood I'd stacked neatly the night before was scattered across the cabin floor, and the door, which I had locked, was slightly ajar. At first, I thought I had forgotten to lock it properly, but then I saw the footprints outside. They weren't just human-sized, they were massive, almost twice the size of my boots, with long, splayed toes that left jagged impressions in the snow. And they weren't just leading toward the cabin. They led away, disappearing into the dense trees as if something had come, looked in, and then melted back into the forest. I called my uncle on his cell. No answer. I tried the landline. Dead. Only the wind whistled through the receiver. I spent the day barricading the cabin, piling furniture against the doors and making sure the windows were locked tight. But every time I looked outside, I felt like the trees were watching me. Shadows moved in impossible ways, branches scraping against each other to form shapes that seemed vaguely human. I told myself I was just tired, stressed, and imagining things, but the dragging marks in the snow told me otherwise. Night came again, heavier and darker than the first. I huddled near the fire, clutching a hunting knife I found in the drawer. That's when I heard it. The soft, slow steps outside, crunching in the snow, approaching the cabin in a rhythm that mimicked breathing. I froze. The steps stopped just beyond the porch in the shallow snow where the previous night's marks had begun. And then came the whispering. Not words, not language I could recognize, just a soft, guttural hiss that seemed to echo from every direction. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Something about the sound rooted me to the spot, filled me with a cold fear that went deeper than panic. Then came a thud at the back door, heavy and deliberate, and then another and another, as if someone or something was testing every inch of the cabin's perimeter. I stayed up all night, listening, knife in hand, heart racing, fire dwindling to embers. By morning, the snow had stopped, but the air was still and suffocatingly silent. I stepped outside cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to get back inside. The footprints were everywhere, circling the cabin, leading into the woods, returning again. But now there were new marks. Small, claw-like scratches on the wooden siding, shallow but jagged. They weren't human. They couldn't be. I packed my things as fast as I could and shoveled a path to the road. My car was buried under nearly 4 feet of snow. I dug it out, cursed at the cold, and finally started the engine. As I drove down the narrow forest road, I saw movement at the tree line. A tall, dark shape, half shrouded by the trees. It didn't run. It didn't hide. It just stood there, watching. Its head was tilted unnaturally to the side, like it was examining me, measuring me, waiting. I didn't look back until I was safely on the main road, miles away. When I finally did, the shape was gone, but the sense of being watched didn't leave me for weeks. I barely slept, haunted by the sound of dragging in the snow, the whispers in the wind, the massive footprints circling my uncle's cabin. Weeks later, I returned to town and talked to an older local named Harris. He was a grizzled man who had spent decades in the woods. I described what I saw. Everything. The footprints, the dragging, the whispering. He nodded grimly, like he'd been expecting me to ask. "There's something in these woods," he said quietly. "Something that moves in winter. People don't see it often, but it's there. Stalks. Watches. Sometimes it takes a curiosity, sometimes more. You were lucky. You got away." I never went back to the cabin. I sold my uncle's property shortly after, unable to shake the sense of dread that clung to the place. Every winter, when snow falls thick and the wind is high, I can't help but remember the sounds, the dragging, the whispers, the thuds at the door. And I wonder if the thing is still out there, waiting, patient in the pines, just beyond where the light can reach. Some nights, when the December wind rattles the windows and the air turns bone cold, I hear faint scratches against the siding of my own house. I tell myself it's nothing, that I'm safe, but I know better. The sound is unmistakable. It moves with intent. It waits. And I know that one day, if I ignore it long enough, it will come closer. Story the end. The snow had started falling in the early afternoon, thickened fast, blanketing the roads and fields in a way that made the familiar town I grew up in feel almost unrecognizable. December nights in northern Wisconsin could be beautiful, peaceful even, but tonight there was a weight in the air, something heavy that made the wind seem sharper, the shadows darker. I had been driving back from visiting my parents, the roads already slick and treacherous, and the higher I got into the county, the more isolated the world felt. By the time I reached the turnoff for the old family cabin, the sun had disappeared entirely, leaving a deep gray darkness that pressed against my headlights. The cabin had been in my family for generations, and though I'd spent countless childhood winters there, something about tonight made me hesitate before turning down the narrow, snow-choked driveway. The trees arched over the road like hunched figures, their branches heavy with frost, scratching at the edges of my car as I passed. When I finally arrived, the cabin was dark, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow the weak glow of the porch light. The storm had piled snow onto the roof, and icicles hung like jagged teeth from the eaves. I grabbed my bag, slammed the car door, and trudged through the snow to the front steps. Every crunch of my boots sounded unnaturally loud, like it echoed across the empty forest. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and soot, familiar but oddly oppressive. I built a fire in the stone fireplace and sat down with a mug of coffee, listening as the wind rattled the windows. It was then I noticed the first oddity. There were footprints in the snow leading up to the porch, smaller than mine, too deliberate to be random. I froze, staring at them through the frosted glass. The prints led straight to the cabin, stopped, and then continued along the side, disappearing into the darkness of the woods. I told myself it was probably one of the neighbors, maybe a hunter checking trails. But the footprints were unusual, too narrow, and the spacing was off. Something in me told me to lock the doors and stay put, but I had the keys already in my pocket, the fire going strong. I tried to shake it off. Hours passed. The storm thickened. The wind pushed against the cabin like it was alive, moaning and whistling through the cracks in the walls. I dozed by the fire, only to be awakened by the sound of wood creaking in a way that didn't match the house settling. My heart jumped when I heard a single sharp knock at the back door. "Hello?" I called, voice shaky. No answer. Another knock, this one louder, insistent. My pulse raced. The door was solid, the deadbolt engaged, but it was the rhythm that unnerved me. Slow, methodical, deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands trembling, and slowly approached. The knocking stopped. I waited. Then a scraping sound started along the wall, moving toward the corner of the cabin. It was low, wet sounding, like something dragging itself across the floor. I could feel it more than hear it, a vibration through the floorboards that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I tried to convince myself it was a branch blown against the cabin, maybe a raccoon trapped in the snow, but every instinct in me screamed otherwise. I stayed in the living room, keeping the fire alive, every sense on edge. Hours passed, and the storm outside began to ease. The wind died down, leaving an eerie silence that pressed against the windows. I was dozing again when I heard it. Slow, wet breathing from the kitchen. I froze. The firelight flickered across the walls, casting long, dancing shadows. I hadn't left anything in the kitchen that could make a sound. No pets, no animals I knew of. The kitchen door creaked open, just slightly, then stopped. I held my breath, my body rigid. Then the scraping started again, right outside the door, moving back and forth as if testing the threshold. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from the fireplace and approached slowly, trying to be as quiet as possible. The beam of my flashlight caught a glimpse of movement, a pale, long, thin shape slipping along the wall, too high off the ground to be an animal. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The thing paused like it had noticed me, then retreated into the darkness of the hall. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire alive, pacing the cabin, listening to every creak and whistle of the wind. When morning came, pale and weak through the storm clouds, I dared to step outside. The snow had drifted higher, covering footprints, covering tracks, leaving the world pristine and empty. But near the back door, in the thin crust of snow that hadn't fully melted in the cold, there were prints, long, narrow, oddly spaced, leading from the tree line to the door and back again. I called my brother, explained what had happened. He laughed it off, blamed the wind, animals, cabin fever, But when I returned with him the next day, we found more. Deep scratches on the back door frame, wood splintered as if something had tried to force its way in. Inside, a thin smear of dirt stretched from the kitchen to the living room, nothing heavy enough to be tracked in accidentally. I tried to rationalize it all: the isolation, the storm, my imagination. But then years later, my cousin, who had been staying at a different cabin miles away, described the same thing. Slow knocks, dragging sounds along the walls, something watching from just outside the windows. Local lore called it the Winter Stalker. No one knew why it appeared, why it followed certain cabins. Hunters, neighbors, all dismissed it as superstition, but enough stories existed that I knew it wasn't my imagination. I sold the cabin shortly after. I couldn't bring myself to return, even in summer. Something about those narrow, deliberate footprints, that scraping sound, and the wet breathing that seemed to come from nowhere. It wasn't natural. I've stayed in motels, hotels, homes in the city since, but every December when the nights grow long and the wind presses against the windows, I feel that cold brush across my neck. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. The winter of that year left an impression I can't forget. Even driving through northern Wisconsin on a calm, sunny December day, I avoid the old roads lined with pines. I avoid the cabins deep in the forest. And every night, when I hear a branch tap against my window, or the wind howls just so, I can't help but remember those long, narrow footprints, the scraping along the walls, the smell of wet earth in the dead of night. No one believes me when I tell the story. Friends call it cabin fever, a dream made real by isolation. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that whatever it was, it waits for the long December nights, silent until the storm passes, patient until the right person comes along. Even now, I avoid the snow, avoid the forests, avoid the empty roads. I don't go back to northern Wisconsin in winter. And I always double-check the locks, even when I'm safe in my city apartment. Because I know it still exists somewhere out there, moving silently between the trees, waiting for the wind to rise. Story the end. The snow started falling early that December morning, the kind of relentless, thick snow that buries the world so quickly you can't even remember what was under it. I was driving north from Duluth, heading to the cabin my family rented every winter for decades. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat, the kind where you wake to the smell of wood smoke and spend the day skiing or sitting by the fire. But that year, the snowstorm had other plans. The highway was empty, the only sound my tires grinding through the snow and the occasional swoosh of a snowplow. Visibility was barely 10 feet in front of me. I slowed down, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that storms like this could be dangerous, but I pushed the thought away. The cabin was only 20 miles off the main road, just past the ridge where the old logging trails began. I turned onto the dirt road leading to the cabin and immediately regretted it. The snow had drifted in deep, almost waist-high in places, and the wind was howling through the trees. I pressed on slowly, my headlights cutting through the white blur. Somewhere behind me, a branch snapped sharply. I froze, listening. There was no wind in that moment, no plow, no other cars, just the snapping of wood. By the time I reached the cabin, the storm had intensified. I parked the truck in front of the small structure, which looked almost swallowed by snow. The cabin door was unlocked, as if someone had been waiting. Inside, the air was heavy and cold, like the warmth had been sucked out entirely. The firewood was stacked neatly, but the fireplace had been untouched. Odd, considering it was supposed to be kept burning during storms. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. Only the echo of my own words answered me. I set my bag down and walked through the cabin. It looked empty, but there was something off. The furniture wasn't dusty, but it wasn't lived in either. It was frozen in time, like someone had just stepped out and never returned. On the kitchen counter, there was a single coffee cup, half full, no steam, no warmth. I went to the bedrooms, all empty. I checked the bathroom, and when I opened the mirror, my reflection looked wrong. It wasn't me entirely. My eyes looked darker, hollow, and my skin paler than usual. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it. Maybe I was just cold or tired from the drive. Then I heard it, a low, scratching sound coming from the walls. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but it didn't move with the gusts outside. It was steady, deliberate, like fingernails scraping along the wood from the inside. I froze, listening. The sound circled the room, back and forth, up and down. Then it stopped. I tried calling my brother. He usually came up with me, but this time he was supposed to stay home. No answer. I left a voicemail and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Just the storm. Just nerves. But then the whisper came. Help me. It was faint, almost drowned out by the storm, but unmistakable. Not coming from anywhere specific. It was inside the walls, inside the air. I stepped back, my heart hammering in my chest. Mark? I called out. My brother's name stuck in my throat. The whisper didn't answer. Instead, it grew louder, more insistent. Please, help me. I ran to the living room and grabbed a flashlight. I started checking the cabin's windows. One of them, the one facing the woods, was open. Not cracked open, wide open, snow drifting in. Strange, because I was sure I had locked it before leaving. I went to close it and froze. Scratches lined the frame, deep and jagged, as if someone or something had tried to pull itself in. The flashlight beam caught movement outside the window, a shadow flickering between the trees, too tall to be human, too still to be an animal. I backed away, and the thing vanished. I decided I had to leave. Storm or not, I wasn't staying. I grabbed my coat and boots, but the moment I stepped outside, I realized something was wrong. The snow wasn't just falling, it was moving. Tracks formed around me in the fresh drifts, long, wide, and uneven. They didn't match human footprints. The toes, or claws, splayed unnaturally. They circled the cabin, disappearing into the woods. Panic set in. I ran to the truck. The engine turned over, but it struggled, coughing and sputtering. Behind me, a figure emerged from the trees. Its legs were too long, bending at angles they shouldn't. Its head tilted as it watched me. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Then from the direction of the cabin, I heard a voice. My brother's voice, calling my name. Soft, pleading. Come back, please. I turned toward the sound. The figure stepped forward, and the snow around it melted slightly as if it absorbed the cold. Its features were wrong. The face seemed stretched, elongated, but I could see Mark's eyes in the hollow sockets. I staggered backward, tripping over the snowbank. I got into the truck and floored it, sliding on ice and snow. The thing didn't move at first. Then it ran, fast, faster than any human could. Its limbs twisted unnaturally as it sprinted, and when it reached the road, it stopped. It raised its head and let out a scream. Not human, not animal, just a sound that vibrated in my chest. I drove through the storm for hours, never looking back. I kept expecting the truck to slide off the road or for the headlights to reveal the figure in pursuit, but the road remained empty. When I finally reached a gas station in a town several miles south, I parked and tried to call the sheriff. No signal. The storm had knocked out everything. By morning, the snowstorm had passed, leaving a quiet, white world behind. I went back later with the sheriff, hoping to show him what I'd seen. The cabin looked untouched. No open windows, no scratches, no tracks. The fireplace was empty, no signs of the half-full coffee cup. My brother was gone, as if he had never been there. The sheriff said I must have been exhausted, that the storm and isolation had played tricks on me. But I knew what I saw. I knew the sound of my brother's voice was real, even if it wasn't truly him. And sometimes at night, I still hear it. Soft, faint, calling from the darkness. Years later, friends who ventured into the same woods reported seeing figures with long, twisted limbs moving between the trees during heavy snowfall. Some said they saw a man standing silently in the drifts, watching, but when they got closer, he disappeared into the white. I never went back. I never will. The memory of that night, the scratches, the voice, the thing that wasn't my brother, remains sharper than any winter cold. And every December when the first snow begins to fall, I lock every door and window, praying that the storm doesn't bring him or it back. Sometimes, in the quiet, I still hear the whisper. Not always the same words, sometimes just my name, drawn out and hollow, and I know without a doubt that whatever it is, it's still out there, waiting. Patient. Story the end. The first snow had come early that December, a thick, wet blanket that muffled the world and made even familiar roads feel strange. Ben had grown up in upstate New York, so he was no stranger to snowstorms, but this one was different. The kind that didn't just fall, it swallowed the world whole. By evening, the sky had turned a bruised gray, and the wind that whistled across the barren fields sounded almost human, like it was laughing at the solitude of anyone caught outside. He was alone at the cabin, his parents having gone to Florida to escape the cold. He had taken a week off work to enjoy the peace, or what he thought would be peace. The cabin was old, built in the 1920s, with creaky floors and walls that seemed to absorb sound rather than echo it. It had a stone fireplace, a few mismatched chairs, and a view of the surrounding woods that was breathtaking on sunny days but oppressive under the heavy snowfall. He lit the fire, the flames snapping and crackling, sending up bursts of smoke and warmth. Outside, the storm raged and the power flickered once before going out completely. He was used to outages, but being alone in the middle of a December night, the blackness felt heavier than usual. As he moved to fetch a lantern, he thought he heard a faint tapping at the window. He froze, listening. The wind was howling, branches scraping against the siding, but this tapping was too deliberate. It wasn't random like the wind. It was steady. One tap, pause, two taps, pause. Ben's heart thudded as he approached the window. Snow had piled up against the panes, but there was nothing outside. Nothing moving except the way the storm twisted the trees. He shook his head and laughed nervously. Probably just a branch. But the sound didn't stop. Now it was coming from the back door. He turned slowly, gripping the lantern. Tap, tap, tap. He could hear it more clearly now, a rhythm almost like a heartbeat, slow and deliberate. The door was locked, the deadbolt in place. He tested it anyway, pressing his ear to the wood, trying to hear beyond the storm. And then, just as he was about to step back, the tapping stopped. He exhaled, telling himself he was imagining things. Maybe a raccoon, maybe ice falling from the roof. But when he turned back toward the fireplace, he noticed something he hadn't before. The fire had dimmed unnaturally, not from lack of wood, but as if something had sucked the warmth from the room. A cold so sudden and deep that it made the hair on his arms stand up. That's when he heard it, the whisper. Faint, guttural, just under the edge of comprehension. It came from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. His first thought was a burglar, but the cabin was isolated, miles from the nearest neighbor. And burglars don't whisper. He picked up a fire poker from the hearth, holding it like a weapon, and stepped cautiously toward the hallway. The whispering stopped as soon as he reached the threshold. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. It wasn't just quiet. It was empty. It felt like the house itself was holding its breath. He checked the rooms one by one. Nothing. No one. Just the storm outside and the occasional groan of the cabin settling into the snow. Relieved, he returned to the living room and tried to shake the unease. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat near the fire, forcing himself to focus on the flames. But the tapping started again, this time from inside the house. Not the door, not the windows, but the floorboards beneath him. Tap, tap, tap. Ben froze, straining to listen. Each tap seemed heavier than the last, deliberate. Something was moving below the floor, below the very foundation. He had been warned as a kid that the cabin's basement was weird, that the walls were uneven and the floors shifted, but nothing could explain this. He grabbed his flashlight and went to the basement door. It was old, wooden, and creaked even without wind. He hesitated, hand on the doorknob. Tap, tap, closer now, almost like a warning. He yanked the door open. The basement was dark, musty, the smell of damp stone and old wood filling his nostrils. The light of the flashlight skittered across the concrete floor, revealing nothing. Nothing at all. But the tapping didn't stop. It had moved deeper into the basement. He descended the steps slowly, the beam of the flashlight trembling. The sound seemed to follow him, circling, never fully revealing its source. At the bottom, he swung the flashlight across the walls. His breath fogged in the cold air, and for a moment he thought he saw something. A shadow, just a movement at the edge of the beam. Hello? His voice sounded absurdly loud. Is someone there? The whisper came again, closer this time. Not a word, just a rasping, breathing sound. And then the tapping, right at the foot of the stairs. Ben stumbled backward, tripping over a loose stone, falling onto the basement floor. The flashlight rolled, casting the walls in wild, spinning shadows. The tapping escalated into something louder, harsher, the sound of claws scraping against concrete. He scrambled to his feet and bolted up the stairs. Something slammed against the basement door just as he reached it, the wood shivering under the force. He threw himself against it, pressing the deadbolt, but the wood buckled under repeated blows. The storm outside seemed to intensify, wind shrieking like the wail of 1,000 voices. The fire in the fireplace flickered violently, smoke curling toward the ceiling. The tapping now was everywhere, in the floor, the walls, even seemingly in the ceiling. Ben ran to the front door, thinking to escape, but the snow had piled high against it. The wind was so strong it nearly knocked him off his feet. He tried the windows. They were frozen shut, thick with ice and snow. And then he heard it, the voice. Clear now, close to his ear, though no one was there. Ben, the sound of his name, drawn out in guttural, like something deep in the earth itself, was calling him. He fell backward, sliding across the frozen floorboards, trying to get away from the sound, from the presence that seemed to be everywhere at once. The whispering, the tapping, the scraping. It was all around him, pressing down, suffocating. He remembered the emergency kit in the closet, the flare gun his father kept for hunting emergencies. With trembling hands, he grabbed it and fired into the air, the crack of the shot loud enough to echo across the cabin. Silence. The storm seemed to pause. The shadows froze. The tapping stopped. Breathing hard, Ben collapsed near the fireplace, praying the night would end. But he didn't sleep. He sat there until dawn, staring at the snow-covered landscape outside, watching as the storm finally began to subside. When he went outside the next morning, the world was transformed. Trees were bowed under heavy snow, the driveway was impassable, and the woods seemed unnaturally quiet. No footprints in the fresh snow, no sign that anything had been outside during the night. He didn't tell anyone what happened, not exactly. People would think he was imagining things, or that the isolation had gotten to him. But when he returned to the cabin a few days later, after the snow had melted enough to clear the driveway, he noticed something chilling. Scratches on the floorboards near the basement door. Deep gouges, long and deliberate, as though something had been trying to claw its way out. And then, carved into the wall near the living room fireplace, faint at first, almost hidden by soot and dust, were two lines, parallel and dark. Tap, tap. He left that cabin soon after, never to return during the winter again. He sold it the following spring, despite the money it could have brought. He never forgot the tapping, the whispering, the feeling of being watched from everywhere at once. And some nights when the wind howls just right and snow falls thick outside his current home, he swears he can still hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Always just beyond the floorboards. Always waiting. Story the end. It was early December when I decided to take a weekend trip upstate to the Adirondacks. I needed a break from the city, the constant hum of traffic, the fluorescent lights of my office. A friend of mine had mentioned an old family cabin near a frozen lake, somewhere deep in the woods outside Saranac Lake. He insisted it was isolated, the kind of place where the snow muffled everything and the only sound was the wind moving through the pines. Perfect for getting away, he said. I didn't realize just how perfect and how isolating perfect could be. The drive up was uneventful at first. The highway was clear, the snow light and powdery, dusting the trees in white like frosting on a cake. I was used to winter, but the closer I got to the cabin, the more the storm intensified. By the time I took the turn onto the gravel road, visibility was down to barely 20 feet. Snow piled high on the sides of the road, and every now and then, a gust of wind would shake my car, rattling the doors. The GPS lost signal somewhere after the second hairpin curve, which should have been my first warning that I was truly alone. I finally arrived around 6:30 p.m. The cabin looked like it had been plucked from a postcard. Weathered logs, stone chimney, a thin wisp of smoke curling from the top. The porch creaked as I set my bag down and stepped inside, and the smell of old wood and cold settled over me immediately. I switched on the lights, and they flickered once, twice, before glowing steady. I could see the frost on the windows, the way it had laced itself into intricate patterns during the day, and the lake in the distance was already frozen solid, smooth and opaque under the pale light of a rising moon. I started a fire in the stone fireplace, listening to the logs crackle. I unpacked my bag, made a quick dinner, and settled in with a mug of coffee, hoping to at least start some work on my laptop. The storm outside had picked up, snow slapping against the windows, wind pushing against the structure until it groaned. The isolation felt peaceful at first, until I noticed the scratching. It started subtly, almost like the sound of fingernails on wood, I thought maybe it was the old cabin settling, or perhaps a branch brushing against the siding. But then it got louder, more deliberate. I stopped typing, listening. The scratching moved rhythmically from the back of the cabin to the front, then paused. There was nothing else outside. The snow was pristine, unbroken, except for the faint tracks of a deer that had passed by earlier. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Animals, wind, maybe the old pipes settling. But then came the knocking. Soft at first. 3 taps. Slow, deliberate, almost polite. I froze. The back door was locked, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. I told myself it was the wind, but the knocking came again. This time louder, more insistent. My stomach dropped. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the back door cautiously. Frost coated the windows so thickly that I couldn't see anything beyond them. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise, the kind of heavy, expectant quiet that makes every heartbeat sound deafening. I backed away from the door and returned to the living room, trying to convince myself to ignore it. I focused on the fire, on the glowing coals, but that calm didn't last. Footsteps came from the floor above. I live alone in the city, and I've never been superstitious, but hearing someone or something moving in a cabin that I knew was empty made my pulse spike. Slow, measured steps across the creaking boards. I grabbed my coat, keys, and the only object I could find to defend myself, a kitchen knife. The footsteps stopped. The fire flickered violently, and then I heard it, a soft, low groaning sound coming from the attic. My cabin had no one else in it, no one who should have been up there. I checked the stairs to the attic. Locked. There was no key, and the latch was old, rusted, and stationary. I stayed in the living room, knife in hand, listening. The groaning continued intermittently, accompanied by the faintest scraping, like something was moving along the wooden rafters above me. My phone had no signal, my laptop had no connection. I was completely cut off. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It's hard to tell when terror and exhaustion blur together. At some point, I dozed in the chair. I woke to the sound of breathing, not the shallow human kind, but deep, slow, and labored. It came from behind the fireplace. My heart froze. I didn't want to look, but the sound drew me closer, irresistibly. I leaned forward and shined the flashlight around the corner. Nothing. Just shadows from the flickering fire. And then faintly I heard it again, but this time accompanied by a thump, a movement I could feel vibrating through the floor. Something was underneath the cabin, moving under the beams. I backed away slowly. The light flickered and went out. Total darkness. The only sound was the wind outside, suddenly louder, and the scraping from below faster now, like whatever was under the cabin had noticed me. Then the doorbell rang. I don't mean the door knocker. I mean the actual doorbell, though this cabin hadn't had electricity connected to it for years. I froze. The sound echoed in the empty cabin, slow and deliberate. One long chime, then 2 quick ones, then silence again. I didn't wait to figure it out. I grabbed my bag, threw on my coat over my pajamas, and ran into the storm. The snow was deep, the wind biting, the night dark and disorienting. My boots sank into drifts that reached my knees. I didn't stop until the trees began to thin, until I reached the main road where the first faint glimmers of headlights appeared. A truck stopped. A man jumped out, coat pulled tight, calling to me. I didn't answer at first. I just collapsed against the hood. He asked if I was okay. I could barely speak, just nodded. He insisted I climb in. Warm air hit me immediately, and I felt the first real relief I'd known all night. He drove me to the nearest town. I tried to explain, but the snowstorm had erased every sign of my cabin's presence. When the sheriff and local deputies went to investigate the next day, they found nothing. The cabin was empty, completely undisturbed, except for a few patches of frost on the inside of the windows. No footprints, no tracks in the snow. Nothing that suggested anyone or anything had been there. I never went back. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep deprivation, maybe cabin fever, maybe the storm playing tricks on me. But I know what I heard. I know the scraping beneath the floorboards, the groaning from the attic, the slow, deliberate knocks and chimes. Sometimes when the first snow falls in December, I wake up hearing a faint scratching at my window or a tap on the door that isn't there. My apartment is in the middle of the city. I live on the 10th floor, but I still hear it. And I still remember the feeling of being alone in the cabin, surrounded by snow, and knowing that something was watching from just beyond the walls. I've stopped going upstate in winter. I tell myself it's just the cold that made me paranoid, that winter has a way of making ordinary sounds seem menacing. But deep down, I know better. And every December, when the first real snow blankets the world in white silence, I think about the cabin, about the footsteps, the groaning, the scraping beneath the floor, about the figure I never saw, but felt, and I remember the smell, the cold, metallic, earthy smell that clung to the air, the one that made my skin crawl and my lungs ache with fear. The smell of something ancient and hungry, something that waits beneath the snow in the wood, patient, biding its time until the next person comes alone in the dark. I don't go up there anymore, but every winter I think about it, and I can't help wondering if it's still waiting. Story the end. The snow had been falling since early afternoon, relentless and thick, blanketing the small town of Ashwood, Maine, in a ghostly white. By evening, roads were impassable, and streetlights flickered under the weight of ice and wind. Emily Carter had been driving home from a late shift at the diner when her car hit a patch of black ice on Route 17, spinning off the road and sliding into a shallow ditch. Her vehicle wasn't badly damaged, but it was stuck fast. She tried her cell phone. No signal. The wind howled outside, rattling the frozen trees, and she realized she'd have to walk the last mile to her parents' house. Emily pulled her parka tighter around her, grabbed a small flashlight from the glove compartment, and stepped into the deep snow. Every step was a struggle. The snow was knee-deep in places, and the wind cut through her gloves and coat like knives. She forced herself to keep moving, eyes scanning the empty road and shadowed trees. Normally she felt safe in these woods, but tonight the darkness felt alive, pressing in from all sides. About halfway to the house, she noticed something odd. A set of footprints in the snow, large and uneven, leading parallel to the road. At first she assumed they belonged to another stranded traveler, but as she studied them, her stomach tightened. They didn't look human. The stride was too long, the steps too wide, and the prints seemed to drag slightly, like something heavy was being pulled along behind it. Emily's heart started to race, but she tried to convince herself it was just a hunter or a snowplow worker. She kept walking, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. Then she heard it, a soft crunch in the snow behind her. She froze. The sound stopped when she froze. She held her breath, listening. A low, guttural exhale came from somewhere behind the trees, almost like a person-like, but wrong, inhuman. She picked up her pace, crunching through the snow, the beam of her flashlight shaking with each step. The footprints were still there, now much closer, as if the creature or whatever it was following her. She told herself to stay calm. Just a person, she whispered to herself. Just someone walking. But then came the smell. It was the first thing she noticed as she broke from the tree line into a clearing. A rotten, metallic scent, faint but unmistakable, hanging in the cold air. She gagged, covering her mouth with her scarf. The footprints led straight into the clearing, stopping abruptly. And in the middle of the snow, she saw the tracks, tiny, human-like footprints that led up to a mound of snow. Her stomach dropped. Something had been buried there. Fear gripped her, but curiosity, or perhaps denial, pushed her forward. She knelt, brushing snow away, revealing a small, emaciated hand sticking out. Her flashlight trembled, casting frantic shadows over the body of a child, frozen and pale, eyes wide open, staring. Emily stumbled back, tripping over a root, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A sudden, scraping sound to her left made her spin around. The dark woods seemed to shift. Between the trees, she thought she saw it, a figure, taller than any man, thin, almost skeletal, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. Its head was too large, too long, and when it turned toward her, she could see its face, or rather, the lack of one. Two deep hollows where eyes should be, a mouth stretched impossibly wide, teeth glinting in the flashlight beam. Emily ran. Snow whipped at her face, roots tore at her legs, but she didn't stop. Behind her, the scraping continued, accompanied by a low, wet growl that seemed to echo through the woods. She reached the road and ran in the direction of her parents' house, heart hammering, lungs burning. When she finally reached the porch, she pounded on the door, chaos, screaming for her mother. Her mother swung the door open, her face pale. "Emily, what happened?" There's something in the woods," she gasped. "It killed a child, something. Wrong. It's..." Her mother grabbed her, pulling her inside, slamming the door. "It's just the storm," she said, though her eyes betrayed doubt. "We'll call the police in the morning. You're safe here." But Emily knew she wasn't safe. That night, she didn't sleep. She could hear the wind outside, but beneath it, a faint, dragging sound along the edges of the property, circling, waiting. Morning came, pale and gray. Snow had fallen another foot overnight. Her father helped her clear a path to the road so she could call 911. The police arrived hours later, trudging through snow and ice. Emily led them to the clearing. The mound of snow had collapsed into a small pit, but there was no sign of the child. No footprints, no evidence except for the faint depressions in the snow and the horrible smell that lingered. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. One of them muttered something about wild animals or misplaced bodies, but Emily knew the truth. The police left, leaving Emily shaken. She stayed in her room that day, staring out at the woods, convinced the thing was still out there. And it was. Over the next few nights, she began to notice signs. Broken branches on the far edge of the property, faint footprints in the fresh snow dragging marks near the trees. And at night, the whispers began. Low, wet voices carried on the wind, repeating her name, calling her into the forest. She tried to tell her parents, but they dismissed her fears as trauma from the storm and isolation. Emily started sleeping with a kitchen knife under her pillow, keeping her bedroom window locked. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent. She saw movement from the corner of her eye, shapes in the snow, sometimes tall and thin, sometimes crouching low, almost human, watching. One December evening, 2 weeks later, her parents left for a town meeting. Emily stayed home, determined to face the fear. She sat by the window, flashlight in hand, watching the woods. At first, there was nothing. Then a shadow flickered across the edge of the tree line. She froze. It stepped forward, tall, impossibly thin, with a face like a void. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, yet deliberate. Behind it, faint outlines of smaller shapes, children, emerged from the trees, silent and pale, eyes blank and staring. Emily's heart raced. She reached for her phone, but the signal was gone again. The creature tilted its head and made a wet, clicking sound, almost like laughter. Emily screamed and ran to the basement, locking the door behind her. She could hear it circling the house, dragging through the snow, its smaller companions following, whispering her name in voices that were half human, half something else. She stayed there all night, flashlight shaking in her hands, praying for morning. When dawn finally came, she ventured upstairs. Snow had drifted against the windows, covering any signs of tracks. The voices were gone. The shapes were gone. Only the cold and silence remained. Emily left Ashwood the next day, never returning to the house. She tried to live normally, but the memory of that December storm haunted her. Every year, when the first snow falls, she dreams of the tall, skeletal figure and the children with empty eyes calling her name from the edge of the forest. She knows they're still out there, patient, waiting for the next winter storm to bring someone alone to the woods. Even now, she can't shake the feeling that they follow her, that they are watching. And she knows that one day, if she ventures out into the snow alone, they will come. Story the end. The snow came down so thick, it was hard to see more than 10 feet in front of you. By the time Erin pulled off Highway 93 onto the winding back road leading to her uncle's cabin, the world had been swallowed by white. The storm had been building for hours, the temperature dropping steadily, frosting over her windshield and turning the road into a slick, frozen ribbon. Her uncle had warned her to stay put if the snow started, but she insisted she could make it before dark. The cabin had been in the family for generations, tucked deep in the Bitterroot Mountains of Montana. She had never spent the winter there alone, but now she had no choice. Her uncle had passed away unexpectedly, and she was there to sort through his estate before it was sold. The tires crunched over the ice and snow as she drove, and for a moment she swore she heard something moving just beyond the tree line, something too big for a deer, too deliberate for the wind. She shook her head. The isolation played tricks on your mind, especially in the winter, she told herself. She pulled up to the cabin just as twilight disappeared into a heavy gray night. The cabin's wooden steps creaked under her weight as she stepped inside. The smell of aged wood, dust, and faint pine hit her immediately. She dropped her bag, flipped on the lights, and tried to ignore the hollow echo of her own voice in the empty house. She set a kettle on the stove, lit a few candles, and tried to relax. The wind outside was relentless, rattling the shutters as if testing the walls. After dinner, she sat by the fire, reading her uncle's journals. He had been obsessed with local legends, stories of winter spirits, shadowy figures in the mountains, and travelers who never returned after the first snowstorm. She laughed quietly. Ghost stories, she thought. It was just a long night talking. But then she heard it. A knock. Soft at first, almost imperceptible. She froze. The cabin had been empty all day, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. She tried to tell herself it was just the wind, but the knocking continued. Light, steady, deliberate. Erin rose slowly, her hands trembling as she approached the front door. "Hello?" she called, her voice shaking. No answer. She unlocked the door and peeked outside. The snow had piled high, burying the steps. There was no one there. She turned back inside and locked the door, heart racing. That's when she noticed it. Footprints in the snow leading up to the cabin. Bare footprints, small, like a child's, but there had been no child outside. None. The snow had been undisturbed until she arrived. Panic rose in her chest. She grabbed a flashlight and shone it out the door. The footprints ended at the porch, and beyond them the snow was pristine. No tracks leading away. She shivered, not from the cold, but from a growing sense of dread. She tried to sleep, but the wind carried strange noises. Soft whispers, almost like murmurs, and the occasional thump against the cabin walls. Every time she closed her eyes, she imagined shadowy shapes moving just outside. Around midnight, she woke to the sound of something dragging across the floor. Her uncle had always kept an old metal trapdoor in the kitchen, that leading to a storage cellar. She remembered it because he had mentioned it in one of his journals, but it had been sealed for years. She froze as the sound grew closer. Scrape, scrape, scrape across the wooden floorboards. Erin grabbed the nearest object, a heavy cast-iron skillet, and held it in front of her as she crept toward the kitchen. The dragging stopped. Silence. She strained her ears and saw it. The trapdoor slowly moving, lifting as if something underneath wanted out. She ran to the living room and grabbed the phone, only to realize there was no signal. The storm had cut off all communication. She tried the landline, but the line was dead. She was alone. Completely alone. Suddenly, the trapdoor slammed shut with a deafening bang. She jumped back, her heart pounding. Then she heard the faint sound of breathing, low, guttural, coming from the stairs leading up to the loft. She hadn't been up there since she arrived, but now she could hear footsteps, careful, deliberate. Erin grabbed a fireplace poker and climbed the stairs, flashlight shaking in her free hand. The loft was empty. Nothing. The windows were frosted over, snow piled against the glass. She exhaled, trying to calm herself. It must be the wind, she reasoned. The cabin was old. It creaked and moaned in storms like this. Then she saw it. In the far corner, near the small attic window, something was standing. Or rather, it was crouched. Its limbs were long and spindly, almost skeletal. Its face was hidden in shadow, but she could feel it staring. She froze, unable to move, heart hammering. Then it moved, slowly, silently, toward her. She screamed and swung the poker. It passed through the figure, and she realized with a shiver that it wasn't solid. Yet the sensation of its presence pressed against her chest like a weight, suffocating. She stumbled back, tripping over a rug, and tumbled down the stairs. The fall knocked the wind out of her, and she lay on the floor, gasping. When she looked up, the loft was empty again. The room was silent, too silent. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. The fire had died, leaving only the weak glow of the candles. Erin tried to stay awake, fearing that sleep would bring it back. And in the back of her mind, she remembered her uncle's warnings. Never let them in. Never look into their eyes. Never follow the sound of your name in the wind. She heard her name whispered, faint, carried on the draft that had begun to leak through the cracked window panes. Erin. Erin. Her stomach dropped. She had left the window locked. She spun toward it. The snow outside was still, undisturbed. And yet, the whisper came again, closer this time, louder. Erin. The door to the cabin creaked, slowly, as if pushed by someone or something on the other side. She grabbed the poker and held it tightly, backing toward the fireplace. The doorknob rattled. A deep, hollow voice murmured from the other side, barely audible but clear enough to send chills down her spine. "Let me in." Erin shook her head violently, tears streaming. "No, stay away," she screamed. The doorknob rattled again, then stopped. Silence returned. But it wasn't comforting. It was waiting, patient, tense. She stayed frozen, listening to the wind, every instinct telling her to run, to leave the cabin and never look back. By morning, the storm had passed. Snow blanketed the mountains, glinting in the weak winter sun. Aaron emerged cautiously from the cabin, boots crunching in the fresh powder. The footprints were there again, bare footprints leading to the cabin, but none leading away. She didn't look for them. She didn't investigate. She drove down the highway without stopping, not daring to glance in the rearview mirror. Her uncle's cabin would be sold. She would never return. Even now, years later, when winter storms hit Montana, she swears she hears her name on the wind, faint but unmistakable. And sometimes when the wind dies for a moment, she can almost hear the scratching of claws on old wooden floors, the soft shuffle of footsteps circling outside, and the faint, polite tapping at a door that should be locked. Neighbors in the area tell stories of hikers vanishing during sudden December blizzards. Some return days later, disoriented, with frostbite and terror in their eyes, speaking of shadows moving too fast, figures that aren't human. They warn never to follow a sound calling your name. Erin doesn't need their warnings. She knows it already. No matter how far away she drives, how deep into the city she hides, winter has a memory. It remembers. And it waits for the moment when a door is unlocked, when a person is alone, when the storm cuts off the world and it comes calling. She still hears it sometimes, just before she falls asleep, the faint whisper, the soft steps outside her window. She doesn't answer. She never will. And she doesn't open the door, because she knows what's out there. And she knows, as her uncle did, that some things in the winter are not meant to be seen, and certainly not to be invited in. Story the end. The snow had been falling for days, a relentless gray-white blanket that buried the small town of Maple Ridge under its weight. December nights were long and bitterly cold, and the wind whipped through the empty streets like it was searching for something. Most people stayed inside, huddled by heaters or fireplaces, but some, like Jack and his cousin Mark, still had a stubborn streak of curiosity that kept them outdoors, even when the weather turned unforgiving. Jack, 22, had grown up in Maple Ridge, and he knew the rumors that clung to the winter like ice to tree branches. Stories of people vanishing in the woods, strange figures glimpsed in snowstorms, and old cabins where frost seemed to breathe with a life of its own. He had always shrugged them off as town legends, the kind meant to keep kids from wandering too far. But Mark, just 18, had the same adventurous streak as Jack and convinced him to go on a short hike into the woods just past the edge of town. The path into the forest was barely visible, carved only by footprints in the freshly fallen snow. Trees leaned over them, branches heavy with ice, scratching at each other like long dead bones. The air was sharp, biting through jackets and scarves, and every exhale came out as a cloud of steam that vanished almost immediately. Despite the cold, the two of them laughed and joked, the crunch of their boots against the snow a rhythm to their venture deeper into the silent woods. As they reached a clearing, the wind seemed to shift. It wasn't just a breeze, it carried a sound, low and almost imperceptible, like a groan or maybe a whisper carried from far away. Jack stopped. "Did you hear that?" he asked, trying to sound casual. Mark shook his head. "It's probably just the wind." But even as he said it, a chill ran down his spine. The woods were too quiet now, the kind of quiet that made every snapped twig and falling branch feel louder than it should. They pressed on, eventually coming to the ruins of an old logging cabin. The structure was half collapsed, its roof bowed under years of snow, walls splintered and rotting. Windows were nothing more than jagged gaps, frost framing each opening like the teeth of some frozen predator. "Let's check it out," Mark said, excitement masking unease. He stepped forward and pushed on the broken door. It swung open with a screech that made both of them jump. Inside, it was darker than they expected. The snow had blown in, forming small drifts along the floorboards. The smell of damp wood and mold was strong, almost suffocating. Jack's flashlight cut through the shadows, revealing the remnants of a life long abandoned. A rusted stove, a few tattered chairs, and a bed frame stripped bare. But then something caught his eye. A set of deep scratches on the wall, jagged and wide, as if some large creature had tried to claw its way through. Looks like someone, or something, wasn't happy here. Jack muttered. Mark, peering into the corner, froze. Jack, over there. A figure hunched in the far corner, almost blending into the shadows. At first, it seemed human, but the posture was wrong. The limbs bent at strange angles and the head hung too low, the outline of a face obscured by shadow. A low, wet groan escaped from it, and Jack felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Maybe we should go, he whispered, but Mark was rooted to the spot, curiosity battling fear. The figure stirred, raising its head slightly. Jack could just make out the glint of eyes, white, reflective, unblinking. Then it moved. Not like a person walking, but more like something crawling on all fours, dragging itself through the broken floorboards. Jack grabbed Mark's arm, pulling him toward the door. They didn't speak as they bolted out into the snow, branches whipping at their faces. The groaning followed them, echoing through the trees, and when they glanced back, the figure was already moving faster than it should have been able to, gliding over the snow toward them. They reached the edge of the woods and didn't stop until they were back on Main Street. The lights from the houses felt like salvation, but the sense of being watched didn't leave them. Behind them, the groans faded, but in the pit of their stomachs, they knew it hadn't gone far. That night, Maple Ridge slept uneasily. Wind rattled windows and whipped through chimneys, carrying with it the faint sound of groaning. Jack and Mark couldn't sleep, taking turns staring out the frost-covered windows, listening. At one point, they thought they saw movement in the shadows between the houses, but when they blinked, nothing was there. Over the next few days, the town experienced strange occurrences. Pets went missing, sometimes leaving only torn collars or a few tufts of fur in the snow. People reported seeing figures at the edge of the woods, hunched and moving unnaturally, always watching but never approaching during daylight. Jack and Mark stayed quiet, but they knew the truth. They had seen it up close, had felt its cold awareness, had heard the groans that carried through the snow-laden trees. On Christmas Eve, the snow was heavier than ever. Jack and Mark were driving home from a small gathering when their car hit a patch of ice and skidded off the road, coming to rest near the forest edge. They were shaken, but unhurt. As they tried to restart the car, headlights flickering against the snow, they noticed a figure standing in the tree line, just beyond the clearing. It was hunched over, indistinct in the falling snow, but unmistakably staring at them. Jack's heart pounded. "It's watching us," he whispered. Mark turned pale, gripping the door handle as if to hold himself steady. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It simply waited, and the air seemed to grow colder with each passing second. Finally, Jack managed to start the car, and they sped down the icy road, never looking back. But they both knew that whatever was in the woods that night hadn't moved far. It followed the winter, the snowstorms, waiting for those foolish enough to wander into its territory. Years later, Jack would tell this story to his own children, warning them about the dangers of the woods in winter. Maple Ridge continued to experience harsh winters, and every year there were whispers of strange figures, unexplained noises, and missing pets. People laughed it off, calling it the wind or wild animals, but Jack and Mark knew better. One December night, Jack returned to the cabin alone, curiosity gnawing at him. The ruins were quieter than he remembered, the snow undisturbed except for his footprints. He stepped inside, flashlight trembling in his hand, and the air felt impossibly cold, colder than any winter night he had ever known. The shadows moved strangely in the corners, and for a moment he thought he saw the same hunched figure he and Mark had encountered years ago. It was gone before he could confirm it, leaving only the sound of his own breathing and the crunch of snow underfoot. He left the cabin, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave him. Not in the town, not in the forest, not in the nights that followed. Maple Ridge had its secrets, and some of them were older than anyone living. Some things, once seen, could never be unseen. The wind howled through the trees that night, rattling the windows of houses and lifting the snow into ghostly shapes. And somewhere in the frozen woods, something waited, hunched and patient, its eyes reflecting faintly in the darkness, waiting for the next foolish soul to wander too close. Story, the end. The wind howled like a wounded animal across the empty highway, whipping snow into tall, jagged drifts that glimmered faintly under the dull orange glow of the streetlights. Michael's old Ford pickup strained against the winter storm, tires crunching on a layer of ice beneath fresh snow. His headlights cut through the blizzard only a few dozen feet ahead, illuminating ghostly trees bending under the weight of ice and frost. Every mile seemed longer than the last, every bend in the road more treacherous, but he couldn't stop now. Not with his little brother waiting at home, not with the promise he'd made hours earlier over the crackling phone line. "You'll be here before dark, right?" Jeremy had said, his 9-year-old voice trembling in the cold. "I'll be there," Michael had promised. "I'll be there before dark." The sun had already gone down 2 hours ago, leaving a leaden sky pressed tight against the frozen land. The radio crackled once, then fizzled into static, leaving only the roar of the storm and the gnawing isolation of the northern Maine backroads. Michael knew these roads well. He had driven them every winter of his life, delivering supplies, hauling firewood, or sometimes just making the long, lonely trip to see his family. But tonight, something felt off. The storm had rolled in faster than expected, leaving him fighting against snow that seemed to fall in sheets so thick it could bury a man alive in minutes. His hands gripped the wheel until his knuckles turned white, and still he pressed on, praying he was going the right way. At a sharp bend near what locals called Hollow Creek, something in the snow caught his eye. He slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid a figure standing at the edge of the road. A child? Impossible. He swerved slightly, headlights flicking over the shape before it disappeared into the white blur. Michael's heart hammered in his chest. He thought about stopping to check, but the rational part of his brain, the part that usually kept him calm, said, "Keep moving. Keep going. You don't want to end up like the poor bastards stranded out here." He pressed the accelerator and the tires fought for traction, sliding across the frozen surface. By the time he reached the turnoff for Jeremy's house, the road had narrowed to nothing more than a track through the snow. Trees loomed on either side, skeletal in the dark, their bare branches creaking under the weight of ice. He saw the glow of the house in the distance, soft yellow lights flickering behind frost-coated windows. Relief surged through him, though it was short-lived. Something was wrong. The yard was quiet, too quiet. The snow was pristine, not a single footprint leading to the door. Michael's stomach twisted. Jeremy should have been waving at the truck or running to meet him. Michael slammed the brakes, the truck skidding slightly in the icy driveway. He jumped out, boots crunching through the snow, calling his brother's name. "Jeremy?" His voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the storm. No answer. The front door was unlocked, just like it always was in emergencies. He pushed it open, and the cold from outside was replaced by a more insidious chill inside. The heater hadn't been on, or maybe it had died hours ago. He stepped into the living room, and the sight froze him in place. The fireplace was cold. The tree lights were dark. The room was empty, silent except for the faint whisper of the wind slipping through cracked window panes. He checked the kitchen, the bedrooms, even the basement. Nothing. No sign of Jeremy. No sign of anyone. Only the faint outline of the snowstorm visible through the windows light, making the house look like a glass box in the middle of a white desert. Michael's pulse hammered in his ears. He grabbed his coat and ran back outside, convinced Jeremy had tried to run to the truck. But the snow had changed. Now there were tracks, tiny footprints leading from the edge of the yard toward the forest behind the house. Small, childlike, but impossibly uniform. They didn't scatter or falter. They didn't sink into the snow. They just appeared, leading straight into the dark trees. A shiver ran down his spine. Michael hesitated only a moment before following them. He forced himself to remember the stories the old neighbors told, the ones about Hollow Creek, about children disappearing in winter storms, about the things that waited in the forest, tall and thin, moving like shadows. Michael shook his head. No, just footprints. Just a scared kid. The trees closed in quickly, branches clawing at his jacket and hair. Each step he took, the footprints stayed ahead, moving deeper into the forest. The wind seemed to whisper now, voices barely audible beneath the roar of the storm. They weren't words he could understand, but they carried intent. Watching. Waiting. Then he saw it. A figure between the trees. At first it looked like a person, a woman in a long coat, but the proportions were wrong, too tall, too thin. Its head bent unnaturally to one side. Limbs that should have ended in hands stretched like branches, tapering into points. Snow swirled around it but didn't touch its body, as if the storm respected its space. And behind it the faintest glimmer of movement, smaller shapes, the same twisted proportions, flickering like shadows caught in a cold light. Michael's breath froze in his chest. He wanted to run, but his feet felt glued to the snow. The tall figure tilted its head and let out a sound that was not human, not entirely, a scraping noise that made the snow shiver under him, and then, faintly, he heard Jeremy's voice. Michael. It was weak, hollow, wrong, but unmistakable. Jeremy? Michael screamed, bolting forward through the underbrush, branches scratching his face and arms. He tried to ignore the scraping behind him, growing louder with each step. The smaller figures moved now, darting between trees with impossible speed, their shapes a blur. Michael stumbled, falling face first into the snow. When he looked up, he saw a small figure crouched in front of him. Jeremy. Or what looked like Jeremy. His brother's eyes were pale, glassy, unblinking. The skin on his face was nearly gray, frost forming on his hair and eyelashes. He reached out, and Michael grabbed him, trying to pull him to his feet. But the boy's body was cold. Too cold. Ice had formed in his clothes. When Michael tried to speak, Jeremy didn't respond. Then Michael heard the whispering again, louder now, surrounding him like a cage. The tall figure appeared again, stepping closer. The smaller figures followed, emerging from the trees. They moved without sound, their long limbs bending at impossible angles. Their faces were featureless, smooth, but their presence screamed danger, hunger, something ancient and patient. Michael scrambled backward, dragging Jeremy with him, but the boy's body felt like a block of ice. Every step was a struggle. Behind him, the figures didn't run. They didn't chase. They simply followed, gliding over the snow as if gravity had no effect on them. The closer he got to the open yard, the more the wind picked up, carrying the voices, the scraping, the whisper of things that shouldn't exist. He finally reached the porch, slamming the door behind him. His hands shook violently as he locked it. He laid Jeremy on the floor, panic clawing at his chest. He pulled off his gloves and felt the boy's skin. It was ice-cold, unyielding. Michael grabbed a blanket and wrapped him, crying, rocking him gently. The storm outside battered the house as though trying to break in, and the scraping didn't stop. It lingered at the edges of the windows, faint and patient. Hours passed. The fire refused to light. The lights flickered, casting long, impossible shadows across the walls. Michael tried to call for help, but the lines were dead. The radio was silent. Outside, the snowstorm raged, unrelenting. Eventually, the storm subsided. The sun rose weak and pale over a white, silent landscape. Michael looked out the window, half expecting to see the figures again, but there was nothing. No footprints, no tracks, no sign that anything had followed them. Only the forest, empty and indifferent. Jeremy never spoke of that night. He never remembered being outside. Michael told himself it had been hypothermia-induced hallucinations, the kind that sometimes made you see things in blizzards. But the memory of those tall, twisted shapes and the scraping sound of ice on limbs stayed with him. Each winter, when the snow falls thick and the wind howls across the northern roads, he doesn't drive at night. He stays home, lights blazing, windows closed, praying the things in the woods don't remember him, because he knows they do. Story the end. Snow had been falling since before sunset, light at first, then growing heavier as the night deepened. By midnight, the drifts along the rural roads of northern Maine were piling waist-high, and the wind whistled against the eaves of the tiny rental cabin like something alive. I had come up there alone for a short break from work, just a long weekend, 4 days of quiet in a place that felt far removed from anything demanding. I hadn't expected a storm that strong, nor the kind of isolation that comes from realizing the nearest neighbor is almost 2 miles away through dense woods. I'd booked the cabin online, a simple place with a wood stove, 1 bedroom, and a wide porch that looked out over a frozen lake. The property owner, an older man named Fletcher, had left the key in a lockbox and told me over the phone that cell reception was spotty. He said the landline in the cabin worked most of the time. I didn't think much about it. My goal had been to disconnect for a few days anyway. I got there on a Thursday afternoon, the sky already dimming with winter's early sunset. It was quiet, serene even. The lake was a sheet of ghostly white, the trees heavy with powdered snow, and the air so cold that each breath felt like it scraped down my throat. I unloaded my bags, started a fire, and settled in for what I thought would be a calm few days. The first night was uneventful. I read a little, made myself hot cocoa, and went to bed early, listening to the cracking of the firewood and the drip of melting frost sliding down the stovepipe. It wasn't until the following evening, when the storm rolled in, that things began to feel wrong. I had been sitting by the fire again, wrapped in a thick blanket, when I heard the first noise, a dull thud against the side of the cabin. At first, I thought maybe a branch had fallen. The wind was gusting hard enough to shake the windows, but a minute later there was another thud. Then another. Something was moving around outside. I stood, peering through the small living room window. All I could see was swirling snow and the faint outline of the porch railing. The night was pitch black beyond the reach of the porch light, and the way the flakes danced in the wind made everything seem distorted. The thuds grew louder. 3 in a row. Heavy. Deliberate. I pulled on my boots, grabbed the flashlight hanging near the door, and stepped out just far enough to shine the beam across the porch. The light cut through the snow and landed on a set of footprints. They were faint, quickly filling with snow, but unmistakably human. Someone had walked up onto the porch. I swept the flashlight to the yard and caught another flash of movement, something ducking behind a tree at the edge of the clearing. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaky. "Is someone out there?" Nothing, only the howl of the wind. I stayed outside for a minute or two, scanning the woods, but whatever, or whoever, I had seen was gone. I went back inside, locking the door and double-checking the windows. I told myself it was probably a lost hiker or someone who lived nearby. The storm was bad. Maybe they needed help. Maybe they panicked and ran when they saw me. But the unease sat heavy in my stomach. Around 10:30 p.m., the cabin's power flickered. Once, twice. Then everything went dark. The only light came from the fire in the wood stove, casting orange shadows across the room. The landline didn't work. I tried it repeatedly, tapping the hook, listening for a dial tone. Nothing but silence. I placed more wood in the stove, sat down, and tried to calm myself. The wind battered the cabin so hard that the walls groaned. Snow piled against the windows in heavy sheets. Then I heard it again. Not a thud this time. A scrape, something dragging along the outside wall, slow and grating, as though someone were pulling a metal object across the siding. It moved from the far end of the cabin toward the front door. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. The scraping stopped right beside the door. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare breathe. The doorknob rattled, at first gently like someone testing it, then harder, twisting, jerking, shifting back and forth. I backed away into the kitchen, my legs trembling. After about 10 seconds, it stopped. The cabin fell silent again, except for the wind. I stayed up until dawn, unable to sleep. The noise didn't come back, but I could sense something outside, lurking at the edge of the woods, waiting for the storm to quiet. When morning finally arrived, the snow was high enough to bury the bottom third of the cabin's windows. The sky had cleared to a cold, brittle blue, and the air felt sharp as knives. I gathered enough courage to go outside and look around while the daylight felt safe. The footprints from the night before were mostly gone, but the dragging marks were clear. 2 long grooves in the snow pressed deep near the front door, as though something heavy had been pulled across it. The prints leading away were wide apart, strange in shape, not quite matching shoes. Something about them looked wrong. The strides were too long. The feet angled strangely outward. I followed them a few steps until they veered into the woods. The trees stood dense and dark, the snow muffling every sound. A creeping dread climbed my spine, and I forced myself to turn back. I didn't want to step into the shadows beneath those branches. Inside the cabin, I considered packing up and trying to leave, but the snowdrifts were too high. My car was completely buried. Even if I dug it out, the road wouldn't be passable. I was stuck there until someone came by or until the owner checked on me. I spent the day anxiously watching the woods, trying to stay occupied. I cooked, read a little, and kept the fire going. By late afternoon, I began to think maybe the night before had been a combination of shadows and fear amplified by the storm. Then, just as the sun dipped below the tree line, I noticed something at the edge of the clearing. A figure stood between the pines. Still. Too still. It was dressed in something dark, maybe winter clothing, maybe something else, but it was hard to make out through the distance and gathering dusk. What I could see was that its head was tilted unnaturally to one side, as if its neck had given up supporting its weight. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't shift, didn't take a step. It only watched. I stayed by the window for almost an hour, barely blinking. The figure remained exactly where it was, never moving, never jerking or shifting like a person would to keep warm in sub-zero cold. It just stood there. By the time full darkness fell, it was gone. But the dread it left behind clung like ice to my chest. I didn't sleep that night either. Every few minutes I thought I heard movement outside. The crunch of snow, the creak of the porch, the faint patter of something brushing the walls. I sat with my back against the bed's headboard, wrapped in blankets, holding the flashlight like a weapon. Sometime around 3 a.m., the doorknob rattled again. Fierce this time. Violent. The door shook against its hinges. Something heavy slammed into it. Once, twice, like a shoulder or a body trying to break it down. I clamped both hands over my mouth to keep from screaming. The pounding stopped suddenly, but the silence that followed was worse. A slow whisper of breath slid down the length of the door to life, like someone pressing their face against it and exhaling. My blood ran cold. I stayed like that, wide awake, trembling, listening, until morning crept in gray and slow. On the third day, the storm finally broke enough for a plow to come through the main road. I saw the lights flicker through the trees and felt more relief than I'd ever felt in my life. I shoveled enough snow to free the car, threw my bags into the back seat, and didn't even look behind me as I drove away. When I reached the small gas station 20 minutes down the road, I decided to tell the cashier, an older woman, what had happened. She listened with a stiff expression, her face pale as I described the rattling doorknob, the scraping, the figure standing in the woods. When I finished, she swallowed hard and said quietly, "You shouldn't stay out there alone. People don't go missing in storms up here. They go missing after." I asked her what she meant. She hesitated, then said, "There's something that walks the woods this time of year, something that doesn't come near the road, something that doesn't like to be watched." I tried to laugh it off, chalk it up to local folklore, but the fear in her eyes was too real. I drove back to the city that same day and never went back to the cabin. For weeks after, I had nightmares about the sound of something scraping along the walls, about the figure standing at the tree line, about the whispered breath through the door. Even now, when winter comes and the nights get long and dark, I sometimes hear faint rattles outside my home window. Probably nothing. Probably wind. But sometimes I swear it sounds like the same dragging footstep. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, convinced someone is standing just beyond the glass, watching with their head tilted, waiting for the cold and the dark to grow deep enough to try the doorknob again. Story the end. The snow had been falling for nearly 24 hours straight, blanketing the small town of Ridgewood, Minnesota in a thick, suffocating layer of white. The storm had arrived without warning, and by late afternoon, roads were impassable and visibility was almost non-existent. Most residents had already hunkered down in their homes, stocking up on firewood, groceries, and whatever they could find to get through the night. But for 26-year-old Amy Larson, the storm presented a challenge she couldn't ignore. Amy lived on the outskirts of town in a modest cabin her grandfather had built decades ago. It was isolated, surrounded by dense woods, and the nearest neighbor was nearly a mile away. On normal days, the solitude was peaceful. Tonight, however, it felt oppressive, heavy with the kind of silence that made the snow-covered world seem alive with unseen eyes. Amy had driven into town earlier that day to pick up supplies and was returning home just as the storm hit. Her old Jeep had struggled through the icy roads, and by the time she reached the turnoff to her cabin, the sun had already disappeared behind thick gray clouds. The first thing she noticed was the trees. They looked wrong. Snow had settled unevenly on the branches, and the shapes they formed in the dim light were twisted and jagged, like hands reaching for her as she drove past. She shook her head, trying to dismiss it. She had driven this road 100 times, and it had never unsettled her like this. The Jeep's tires crunched over the thickening snow, each step echoing unnaturally in the stillness. She pressed on, eager to reach the warmth of the cabin. When she finally arrived, the cabin seemed smaller, somehow more fragile against the storm. She fumbled with her keys, slipping in the snow, and finally managed to unlock the door. Inside, the familiar scent of pine and old wood was comforting. She stripped off her wet coat, hung it by the stove, and started a fire in the hearth. Outside, the wind battered the walls, and the snow continued to fall in relentless sheets. She sat down with a mug of calm the lingering anxiety that had begun to creep into her chest. Around 10 o'clock, as the storm raged on, she heard it, a faint tapping at the window. She froze, straining to hear. The wind made the same sound sometimes, she told herself, but the tapping continued, slow, deliberate, like someone was testing the glass. Amy set her mug down and approached the window, flashlight in hand. The beam illuminated the thick snowdrifts outside, but nothing else, just the trees, swaying and groaning under the weight of ice. She exhaled and laughed nervously. "Just branches," she whispered. But when she turned back to the living room, the hair on the back of her neck stood up. She could have sworn she had seen something move outside the corner of her eye, a dark figure, crouched near the tree line, almost invisible against the snow. She shook her head again. Her imagination was running wild, probably fueled by the storm and isolation. She tried to return to normal, but the tapping came again, this time from the back door. Her pulse quickened. Amy grabbed the heavy flashlight from the counter and moved cautiously toward the door. As she reached it, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse, suffocating. She yanked the door open, expecting to see snow, maybe a stray branch, but the yard was empty. The snow lay untouched, pristine, except for one thing: footprints. They were strange, long, thin, and irregular, unlike anything she had ever seen. They led from the edge of the woods to the back door and then disappeared into the snow like they had been swallowed by the storm. Her heart pounded as she tried to reason with herself. Maybe an animal? No, nothing that big could leave footprints like that. Her mind raced through possibilities, none of them comforting. She closed the door, bolted it, and retreated to the living room, trying to convince herself it was nothing. But sleep was impossible. Every sound, the creak of the roof, the whistle of the wind, set her nerves on edge. Around 2 in the morning, she heard it again. Not the tapping this time, but a soft, low growl, distant at first, then closer, echoing against the walls of the cabin. Amy froze, listening. The growl was followed by the crunch of snow outside, the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. She grabbed her phone, dialed 911, and whispered into the receiver, explaining her situation as calmly as she could. The operator assured her that officers would be dispatched, but with the storm, it could take hours. Amy hung up, her hands trembling, and turned toward the window. The trees were alive, or at least that's how it looked. Shadows moved between them, too fast, too fluid to be human. Then she saw them, figures, tall and thin, moving with a deliberate, unnatural grace. Their eyes glowed faintly red in the dim light, reflecting the fire from the cabin. Amy stumbled backward, tripping over a rug, her flashlight clattering to the floor. When she looked up again, they were closer, circling the cabin with slow, predatory movements. Panic overtook her. She ran to the door, but it was too late. The figures were at the edges of the porch, their forms stretching unnaturally, impossibly, over the snow. Amy slammed the door, bolted it, and backed away, searching for anything that could defend her. Her grandfather's old rifle sat in the corner, and she grabbed it, fumbling to load it as the figures pressed against the windows. Their growls were louder now, more insistent, vibrating through the walls. She fired once, the blast echoing through the storm. The figures recoiled, but only slightly, retreating to the tree line before disappearing into the darkness. Amy's hands shook uncontrollably, her body drenched in sweat despite the freezing temperatures. She huddled near the fireplace, the rifle across her lap, listening. The storm outside seemed to amplify every sound: the groan of the trees, the whistle of the wind, the faint echo of footsteps in the snow. Hours passed. The storm finally began to subside just as the first light of dawn broke through the clouds. Amy ventured cautiously outside, flashlight in hand. The snow was pristine, except for the footprints that had surrounded the cabin. They formed a complete circle, then led back toward the forest. She followed them, her breath fogging in the cold morning air, but the figures were gone, leaving only the strange, elongated tracks. No one could explain them, and no human or animal could have made them. The town's sheriff came by later that day. He was skeptical but polite, taking notes and photographs of the footprints. He told Amy that strange things happened in winter storms, especially in isolated areas, but admitted he had never seen anything like this. By the next week, the snow had melted enough to reveal a disturbing pattern. The footprints returned repeatedly during the storm nights, always forming circles around the cabin, always vanishing before anyone could reach the edge of the forest. Weeks turned into months. Amy stayed inside as much as possible during storms, keeping her lights on and doors locked. She would wake in the middle of the night, hearing the faint tapping, the soft crunch of footsteps in the snow, always at the edges of her hearing. She saw shadows moving between the trees, never attacking, just watching. And sometimes when the wind shifted just right, she could hear a whisper. Not words, not language she understood, just a call, soft and insistent. Amy, Amy. One particularly bitter December night, Amy woke to the sound of laughter outside. It was low, guttural, echoing against the snow, and utterly human in tone, but wrong. She looked out the window, flashlight in hand, and froze. The forest was alive with figures, tall, thin, their eyes glowing red. They moved without sound, circling the cabin, observing. For a moment, Amy thought she recognized one, an outline that mirrored the shape of a human she once knew, but it shifted, impossibly, into something monstrous. She called for help again, but the storm had isolated her completely. The figures remained at the edge of the woods, silent and patient, and then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished into the forest. Amy's hands were raw from gripping the rifle, her mind exhausted. Sleep was impossible, and the fear never left her. Every winter night after that, the pattern repeated. Snow would fall, footprints would appear, figures would watch, and she would wait, trapped in her own home, praying the night would end. Amy eventually moved to town during the spring thaw, leaving the cabin abandoned. But the locals say that on particularly harsh winter nights, when the wind howls through Ridgewood and the snow drifts deep, footprints appear leading to the old Larson cabin. And if you're very quiet, they say you can hear faint laughter carried on the wind, and sometimes, just sometimes, a soft whisper, Amy, Amy. Story the end. The wind had already picked up by the time I left the hardware store, the kind of December wind that scraped across the parking lot like it had claws. It was colder than the forecast claimed it would be, colder than anything we'd had that winter so far. And even the locals in our small northern Michigan town kept glancing nervously at the sky, whispering about how the lake smelled wrong. People who lived their whole lives in the Upper Peninsula tended to know when something wasn't right with the weather. I loaded the last of the firewood into the trunk, slammed it shut, and rubbed my hands together. My breath rose in thick plumes that drifted sideways. I should have gone home straight from work, but the old cabin I'd rented for the season was drafty, and the electric heat was unreliable at best. I needed enough wood to get through the night. The sky had already turned that dim, iron color that meant early darkness. December nights up north always came too fast. The drive home took me along a narrow road that cut through miles of forest, tall, skeletal pines crowding the tree line, their tops waving like black fingers. I'd done the drive enough times not to think much of it, though I kept the radio off. There's something about a winter forest that makes you listen, even from inside a warm car. Snow started falling halfway home, slow at first, then heavier, the flakes thick and wet, melting on the windshield before the wipers scraped them away. I slowed to a crawl. If the storm hit before I reached the cabin, I'd be spending the night inside the car. A mile from the turnoff, a shape flashed across the beams of my headlights, fast, low to the ground, and pale as bone. I hit the brakes hard. The car fishtailed on the forming ice before gripping again. I waited, heart thudding, staring into the sheets of falling snow. A deer, I told myself. A big hare, maybe. But even as I said it in my head, I knew the shape had been wrong. Too thin. Too long. Moving too smoothly. The wind rose in a long, hollow moan through the leaning trees. I tried to shake it off and kept driving. The cabin greeted me with its usual single porch light glowing weakly against the dark. Snow already piled on the steps. No footprints, no tracks, nothing disturbed around it, just like always. As soon as I stepped inside, I turned on the heater, dropped the wood by the stove, and went to check the windows. I'd learned after my first week that the seals were old, and on windy nights like this, the glass sometimes rattled like something was tapping from the outside. The forest pressed against the back of the cabin, dense and black, the trees bending and creaking. Sometimes at night I swore I could hear them shifting, moving in ways no trees should. I made a fire, heated a can of soup, and tried to settle in. Winter storms never scared me. I'd grown up with them. But something about this night felt wrong. Even inside, wrapped in blankets with the fire going strong, that cold found its way in, threading through the air like a thing alive. Around 10 p.m., the power flickered, then died. I sighed, grabbed my coat, and went to the breaker box. It wasn't unusual out here. Any strong wind could knock out the power. But as I pulled on my boots, the sound of something hitting the cabin wall froze me mid-motion. Not the wind, 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I stayed still, listening. The storm swallowed all other sound. Another knock. Same spot, same steady rhythm. I stepped toward the door. Hello? My voice sounded too loud in the dark. Silence. The knocks didn't return, and I wasn't about to open the door in that weather, so I forced myself back to the breaker box. But the whole place felt colder, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in minutes. My hands shook as I reset the breakers. The power stayed off. Fine. I had the fire. I had blankets. I went back to the living room, then stopped dead. The back door, the one that led directly into the tree line, stood open 3 inches. Snow blew in across the floorboards. I hadn't opened that door since I moved in. My throat tightened. I crossed the room slowly, on instinct, every board creaking under my weight, and pushed the door shut, sliding the rusty deadbolt into place. The lock felt colder than metal should. I checked the windows again. Still latched. All of them. But that door had been open. I tried to distract myself by adding more wood to the stove. The fire flared bright, crackling, filling the cabin with heat that felt almost too hot. I wrapped myself in a blanket on the couch and tried to ignore the storm outside. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. The fire dimmed, and the knocking returned. Not on the front door this time, on the back door, 3 slow knocks, then a pause, then 3 more. I held my breath. The knocking was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be branches or wind. Something was out there, and it wanted me to open the door. I didn't move, didn't speak. The knocking stopped, but something else started. A sound sliding along the outside wall of the cabin. Not scratching exactly, more like dragging. Long, slow, dragging. It circled the cabin, all 4 sides. I listened as it moved past the windows, the porch, the back door. Once in a while, something tapped the glass lightly, like a fingertip. No animal made sounds like that. The dragging stopped behind the cabin, directly outside my bedroom. The fire sputtered low. I added more wood with trembling hands, the heat doing nothing to ease the cold crawling through my spine. At some point, exhaustion beat out fear, and I dozed off on the couch. I woke to the cabin silent. Too silent. The storm had stopped, the wind had stopped, even the trees seemed still. I pushed the blanket aside and realized the back door was open again. Wide open. Cold air rolled in like fog across the floor. Snow covered the threshold. Footprints, thin, long, and uneven, led from the forest to the doorway, and then back out. My breath stung my lungs. My first thought was to run, get in the car, get out, get anywhere else. But stepping closer, I saw something worse than footprints. On the inside of the doorframe, pressed into the frost, was the imprint of a hand. But it wasn't shaped like any hand I'd seen. Too narrow. Too long. Fingers jointed in ways fingers aren't supposed to bend. I slammed the door shut again, bolted it, blocked it with a chair, then grabbed my flashlight. The batteries were weak, but the beam held. I needed to see if anything had been taken, or left. I checked every room. Nothing disturbed except the back door. No signs of forced entry, no broken glass, nothing missing. But the air smelled wrong, like wet earth, like something that had been living underground. I was in the hallway when another sound stopped me cold. Not knocking, not dragging, breathing. From the bedroom, slow, shallow, wet sounding. Something was in the room. I stepped backwards slowly, flashlight shaking in my hand. The breathing grew louder as though it sensed my presence. The floor creaked. Then the bedroom door began to swing open. I didn't wait to see what was behind it. I bolted for the front door, grabbed my keys, yanked the door open, and plunged into the freezing night. Snow numbed my legs instantly as I sprinted to the car. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice before getting them into the ignition. As the engine struggled to turn over, I looked up toward the cabin. Something stood in the doorway, tall enough that it nearly reached the top of the frame, thin enough that the porch light shone through parts of it. Its skin, or whatever covered it, looked pale and stretched, like something that had never seen sunlight. Its eyes caught the car's headlights, not glowing, reflecting, like an animal. The car finally roared to life, and I floored it, fishtailing down the road, not daring to look back again. I drove until I reached the small gas station on the highway, light glowing like salvation. I stumbled inside, breath shaking, face burning from the cold. The clerk looked up from the counter. "Damn, you okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I tried to answer, but nothing came out. I spent the night in my car in that parking lot, engine on, doors locked, lights bright. In the morning, I returned to the cabin with the local sheriff. Sunlight didn't make me feel any better. The footprints outside the back door were still there, but smaller now, shrinking in the sun, like melting. Inside, nothing looked disturbed, except for one thing: a long, thin smear of dirt across the floor, stretching from the back door to the bedroom. The sheriff said it was probably an animal. A sick deer, maybe, or a black bear, or someone messing around in the storm. But none of those explanations matched the look in his eyes when he saw the footprints. I packed what little I had and left the cabin before sunset. I didn't go back. I didn't finish the stay I'd paid for, and I never spent another winter alone in the woods. Every December since, when the nights get cold and the wind cuts through the trees, I hear that same slow knocking in my dreams. 3 knocks, a pause, 3 more, like something still waiting for me to open the door. Story the end. The wind was already howling by the time I turned off Route 219, the kind of deep, throaty moan that carried through the pines and made it sound like the whole forest was grieving. The dashboard clock said 9:47 p.m., and the temperature outside hovered at 2 degrees. Snow was coming down in thick, wet curtains, too heavy to blow sideways, too steady to ignore. I eased my SUV onto the gravel road toward the cabin, tires crunching through the early accumulation. I'd rented the place for 3 days. My plan had been simple: finish the quarter's paperwork, try to get some sleep, maybe listen to the radio instead of the constant notifications from work. The cabin belonged to a coworker's uncle. Old but reliable, she said. Perfect in winter. You'll be totally alone out there. At the time, that had sounded ideal. Now, climbing the final hill before the property, it sounded like a warning. The cabin appeared through the snow like something sketched from memory. Slanted roof, smoke-blackened chimney, boards swollen with age. My headlights caught on the porch railing where a string of frost-hardened Christmas lights hung limp. No footprints, no tire tracks, no disturbance of any kind. It looked as though no one had been there all winter. I parked and stepped out into the cold. The snow clung to my jeans immediately, soaking the fabric. The wind pushed through the trees and rattled the metal siding. I grabbed my bag from the back seat and trudged up the porch steps, which groaned under the weight of each step. Inside it was dark and close, the air stale. A dusty smell clung to the beams overhead. I groped for the light switch and clicked it on. A single warm bulb lit up the main room. Wooden furniture, stone fireplace, a small kitchen tucked into the corner. The floorboards seemed to tremble beneath me, like the cold had managed to get inside before I had. I started a fire, set my laptop on the table, and tried to settle in. But the storm outside was growing worse. Snow slapped against the windows in bursts, and every few minutes the wind hit the cabin in a long, dragging shove, as if trying to move the whole structure. By 11 p.m., it felt like the darkness outside had thickened. The fire snapped sharply, throwing shadows across the floor. I kept catching glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, but each time I turned, the room was still. Just past midnight, the first noise came, soft but distinct, a single knock on the porch, close to the door. I froze. The nearest neighbor was over 4 miles away. No one should have been out there. I waited for another sound. 5 seconds passed. 10. Then another knock came, louder this time, followed by a low creak, as if someone was shifting their weight on the porch boards. I told myself it was probably a branch blown loose by the wind, or maybe an animal. But no branch knocks twice with that kind of calm, spaced-out cadence. I stepped toward the door, the fire behind me snapping as though urging me back. I flipped on the porch light. Nothing, just swirling snow and the empty railing. The wind pulled at the trees, shaking loose clumps of white. I clicked the light off again and backed away. I tried to get back to my paperwork, but the storm outside grew louder, pushing against the walls until they seemed to bow inward. Every creak sounded like a footstep. Every pop from the fire sounded like someone tapping on the window. At 1:12 a.m., I remember the time because I checked the clock twice. It happened again. 3 knocks, slow and deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. This time, they came from the back door. My pulse hammered in my ears. The back door led to a small enclosed mudroom, and beyond that, the dark stretch of forest that ran on for miles. The knocks came again. I turned on the kitchen light, grabbed the dull cabin-issued pocket knife from the counter, and crept toward the mudroom door. The windows there were frosted over, thick layers of ice obscuring everything beyond them. I could hear breathing. Not wind. Breathing. Slow, steady, as though someone stood inches from the other side of the door. I held my own breath, trying to make sure the sound wasn't mine. The breathing continued, rhythmic, human. Then fingers brushed against the glass. The frost cracked, just slightly, under the pressure. That was enough for me to bolt back into the main room. I locked the mudroom door and shoved a wooden chair beneath the handle. My hands shook so badly I dropped the knife twice before setting it on the table. The fire had burned low, its glow dimming. I added more logs with trembling fingers. For 20 minutes, there was nothing but the storm. Then the cabin went silent, completely, suddenly, unnaturally silent. The wind stopped, the rattling branches ceased, even the sound of snow hitting the roof faded away. It was the kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums like the world is holding its breath. I didn't like that quiet. I stared at the windows. The frost there had begun to thicken and crawl inward, like it was alive, spreading thin white veins across the glass. The temperature had dropped noticeably. I could see my breath in the air. Then came the scraping, slow, dragging, metallic, from underneath the cabin. Something was moving beneath the floorboards, pushing against the beams, scraping along the supporting timbers. I followed the sound with my eyes as it traveled from one end of the cabin to the other, directly under my feet. The lights flickered. The fire popped loudly, showering sparks onto the hearth. I backed away, bumping into the table. My laptop screen went black, though it had been plugged in. Another scrape, this time followed by a thump, as though something had hit the underside of the floor with tremendous force. The chair wedged under the mudroom door rattled. A long, drawn-out groan echoed through the walls like wood being twisted. I stared at the door as the handle turned. Slowly, gently, someone, or something, was testing it. The chair held for a moment. Then the pressure increased. The wood strained, bending inward. The legs of the chair began to slide on the floor. I grabbed the pocket knife again, even though I knew how useless it was. The handle stopped turning. The pressure ceased. Silence again. I waited, heart choking me from the inside. 30 seconds passed, a minute, 2. I allowed myself to breathe. That's when the window beside the fireplace shattered. The cold hit me first, an icy burst that cut through my clothes like a blade. Snow blew in, swirling violently through the room. But worse was the figure standing outside the broken frame. Tall, thin, shoulders hunched unnaturally. Its outline was blurred by the snow, but I could see enough. Long arms that seemed out of proportion, and a face, or what should have been a face, completely obscured by a sheet of frost like someone had molded ice into the shape of a head. It didn't move. It only watched. My legs refused to obey the panic screaming through me. I stumbled backward, falling over the rug. The knife skittered across the floor. The figure pressed one hand against the window frame. The frost spread instantly along the wood, cracking it with a brittle sound. It stepped inside. A smell came with it. A cold came with it. Cold, rotted scent, like soil frozen for too long. The air around it shimmered as though bending under an unnatural chill. It took one slow step. Another. And then the wind returned all at once, slamming into the cabin so forcefully the rafters shook. Snow filled the room, swirling in a violent spiral around the figure. The fire died instantly, snuffed out by the sudden blast of cold. Everything went dark. I scrambled to my feet in the pitch black, hands hitting overturned furniture, splintered wood, walls that felt like they were shifting. I groped blindly toward the front door, slipping on the ice forming on the floor. Behind me, I heard it. Movement, slow and deliberate, feet dragging through the snow-coated boards. I reached the door and yanked it open, plunging into the storm. The cold outside was almost warm compared to the chill inside. I ran, down the porch, into the road, through snow that reached my knees. Branches whipped my face. Ice stung my eyes. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The storm swallowed everything behind me in a white blur. I don't know how long I ran, only that the road eventually leveled and the outline of a mailbox appeared. Miles's property, the coworker's uncle. I collapsed against it. Lights flicked on in the house beyond, and a man in a heavy coat came rushing out, shouting something I couldn't hear. When he reached me, I nearly collapsed again in his arms. He dragged me inside, wrapped me in blankets, called the sheriff. The sheriff arrived after 40 minutes, long enough for me to stop shivering and start shaking from something deeper. He sent 2 deputies to the cabin. They returned at dawn. They said the cabin was empty. But the snow inside was a foot deep. The fireplace was shattered from the inside out. Every window had frost patterns stretching 10, 12 feet across the interior walls, patterns that looked disturbingly like handprints. They found long, deep gouges under the floorboards, not animal marks, not tool marks. Something else. No tracks in the snow around the cabin. None coming. None leaving. The sheriff told me I must have gotten confused during the storm. That maybe the cold made me imagine things. That maybe a tree crashed through the window and the rest was just panic. But I know what I saw. And I know I wasn't imagining the figure that followed me through the storm in brief, shuddering glimpses. Always just far enough behind that I questioned my sanity, but close enough that I felt its presence curling around my spine. I never went back to collect my bag. It's still somewhere in that cabin. But sometimes, late at night in early December, when the first real snow of the season starts falling, my windows fog over with a thin sheet of frost. And in the frost, there are lines. Long, narrow lines, like finger marks dragging slowly down the glass from the outside. Story the end. Snow fell in slow, heavy flakes that December night, the kind that made the world feel quieter than it should. It hushed the trees, softened the roads, and hid every familiar shape beneath a thick, white stillness. I had driven through winter storms before. Being born and raised in northern Minnesota meant you either learned quick or didn't learn at all. But something about that night felt different the moment I stepped outside. It had started with a phone call from my older brother, Mark. He lived alone in our family's old cabin near the Canadian border, a place we'd both spent countless winters exploring as kids. Over the years, he'd grown into the kind of man who loved solitude. I'd gone the opposite direction. College, a job in Minneapolis, friends I saw too often, and then not enough. When he called, his voice was strained in a way I hadn't heard since our father died. He said he needed help, that something was wrong at the cabin. He refused to explain further, just repeated, "Please come, tonight." It didn't matter that the storm advisory stretched across half the state. I threw on my coat and boots, grabbed a thermos of coffee, and headed for the truck. The farther north I drove, the thicker the snow became. The highway was nearly empty, except for a few snowplows carving glowing yellow paths through the darkness. When I eventually left the main road for the county ones, the snowfall grew so heavy that the world outside my headlights dissolved into a swirling white curtain. I kept telling myself Mark needed me, that I'd promised him, back when Mom passed, that I'd never leave him alone if something was wrong. But the thing gnawing at me during that drive wasn't the danger of the storm. It was the tone he'd used. Like he wasn't afraid of the weather. Like he was afraid of something that might be inside the cabin with him. When I reached the long trail leading into the woods, I had to park at the end of the driveway because the snow was too deep for the truck to handle. The trees leaned inward, bowing under the weight of the storm, their branches creaking like tired bones. I pulled my scarf tighter and started walking. My boots sank nearly a foot with each step. The cold gnawed through my clothes in minutes, sharper than any winter I could remember. Halfway down the path, I noticed footprints, fresh ones, not just one set, several. I crouched down, brushing away snow to see better. They were human, but strange. Too long. The heel was narrow, but the front splayed out into almost finger-like impressions, as if whoever made them wasn't wearing shoes. Barefoot prints in a Minnesota blizzard, that alone should have sent me running. But I kept going. The cabin lights were on when I reached it. Not warm yellow like usual, but a harsh white glare, as if every single bulb inside had been switched on at once. I knocked hard on the door. Snow stung the back of my neck while I waited. No answer. "Mark," I shouted, pounding again. "It's me." Still nothing. Finally, I grabbed the handle and pushed. It swung open immediately. Every light inside really was on. The kitchen, the living room, even the old lamp in the corner that hadn't worked in years. "Mark?" I called again, my voice cracking. The cabin didn't answer. It smelled wrong inside. Not rotten or chemical, just wrong. Like the air had been stretched too thin, leaving everything cold in a way that wasn't physical. My breath fogged instantly, even though the heat was running. The living room looked undisturbed, except for something odd on the far wall. Long, vertical scratches, deep enough to expose the wood beneath the paneling. 4 lines each, repeating in irregular patterns as if something with claws had dragged itself along the cabin, searching for a way out or a way in. I called for Mark again and walked toward the bedroom hallway. That was when I heard it. A whisper, soft, thin, coming from somewhere inside the walls. "You came." I froze so fast it hurt. The whisper wasn't a voice I recognized. It sounded layered, like several people speaking at once, but not in unison. More like someone trying to mimic human speech and getting it almost, but not quite, right. The whisper came again, this time closer. "You came back." My skin prickled. I forced myself to move slowly toward Mark's room. The door was open. The lights inside blazed so brightly I had to squint. There was no sign of him. What there was, however, made my stomach twist. The window on the far side of the room was open, snow drifting in and piling on the floor. The curtains were shredded. On the windowsill, I saw blood, just a smear, but it was enough to tell me my brother hadn't left voluntarily. I stepped closer, leaning out the window into the storm to look for more footprints. What I found instead was a set of claw marks on the outside wall, identical to the ones in the living room. They trailed upward toward the roof. Something thudded above me. I jerked back into the room. Then another thud, heavier this time. Something was on the roof. I backed away from the window slowly, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. As I reached the hallway, a third thud shook the ceiling, followed by the unmistakable sound of something dragging across the shingles. A long, scraping slide. A shadow moved across the ceiling lights, dark and elongated. Then everything went silent. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until my lungs burned. When I exhaled, the lights flickered, dimmed, then returned to full brightness. Something was playing with the electricity. I forced myself down the hallway and into the living room. I grabbed the fireplace poker, solid iron, heavy enough to break a skull if I needed to. The whispering returned as soon as my hand touched it. Not his. Not his. The voices shifted, turning almost curious. "Yours." I didn't wait to hear more. I moved toward the door, ready to get outside and run to the truck, storm or not. But the moment I reached the threshold, something pounded on the door from the outside. Once, twice, 3 times. Slow, intentional. I stepped back, gripping the poker so tight my fingers ached. Then the thing outside spoke. But it was my brother's voice. "Hey, let me in." My stomach dropped. I'd known Mark's voice my entire life. This wasn't it. It was like someone playing a recording underwater. The pauses between words were wrong, the tone too flat, the warmth missing entirely. "Hey," it repeated. "Come on, I need your help." I didn't move. The thing outside scratched lightly at the door, fingertips or claws tracing slow patterns across the wood. "You came for me," it said, voice flattening further. "Let me in." I swallowed hard, stepping back another foot. Then the voice changed. Deepened. Shifted into something wet and gurgling, like thick mud trying to form words. "Let me in." The door shuddered violently, wood cracking between the hinges. I didn't think. I ran toward the kitchen and dove behind the counter. The cabin shook as the door was hit again, louder than before. Snow blew into the room as the hinges screamed. Then the storm went silent. No wind, no footsteps, no whisper. For nearly a full minute, the cabin was dead still. I forced myself to peek around the counter. The front door hung open. The snow in the doorway was undisturbed, no tracks leading in or out. Whatever had been there wasn't anymore. I rose slowly, trying to steady my breathing. That was when I heard the soft, rhythmic tapping from the bedroom doorway. Not on the floor, on the wall. 4 taps. A pause. 4 taps. Like fingers or claws drumming casually, as if the thing was waiting for me to come find it. I gripped the poker and started backing toward the living room. The scratching followed me, moving inside the walls, keeping perfect pace with every step. I reached the fireplace, my heart thundering. The scratching stopped. Silence again. I risked a whisper. "Mark, if you're here." Something answered me immediately. "Upstairs." But the cabin didn't have an upstairs. The roof. I stepped away from the fireplace just as another heavy thud landed on the shingles above me. Snow drifted down from the rafters. Then something began crawling across the roof, faster now, circling the cabin like a predator testing every angle. I was done. I didn't care what was outside or inside. I needed to get out. I bolted for the door, sprinting into the storm. The cold hit me like a wall of knives. I slipped once, twice, but kept running for the truck. The woods around me were dead quiet, not a single creaking branch or gust of wind. Behind me, on the cabin roof, something let out a long, guttural exhale. I didn't turn back. I climbed into the truck, slammed the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition with shaking hands. The engine whined, struggled, then finally came to life. As I shifted into reverse, my headlights caught something at the edge of the trees. A tall figure, too tall, lean, pale, elongated, limbs slightly bent as if its joints weren't made to bend that way. Its head tilted with a slow, unnatural curiosity as it watched the truck. Snow fell through it, not around it, through it. I floored the gas. The tires screamed against the ice, and the truck shot backward, bouncing over the uneven path before I swung onto the main road. I didn't look back again. The storm didn't let up for another 2 days. When the sheriff's team finally searched the cabin, they found no footprints in the snow except my own. No claw marks, no blood, not a single abnormality in the entire structure. Except one thing. On the bedroom windowsill, beneath the fresh layer of snow the storm had left behind, they found 4 long scratches. When they brushed the snow away, they saw the wood beneath had already begun to rot, as if something had touched it that should never have been able to. Mark was never found. Some nights, usually in December, I still hear knocking at my door. Slow, steady, 3 times, and even though I know exactly what it's trying to sound like, I never answer. Story the end. Snow hammered the windshield so thickly that the wipers might as well have been butter knives scraping a brick wall. Daniel leaned forward, squinting into the swirling white, knuckles pale on the steering wheel. His breath fogged the inside of the glass despite the heater blasting. It was the kind of night where the world felt muffled, smothered in cold and darkness. He had left work late from the mill in upstate Maine, the December overtime shift running longer than it should have. By the time he hit the highway, the sky had already collapsed into night. Weather warnings flashed across the radio, urging travelers to pull off, stay inside, avoid the roads, but he had promised his sister he'd be home for the early holiday dinner. She'd been on him for weeks. "Just this 1 year, don't bail," she'd said. He had agreed, mostly out of guilt, partly out of love. But now he regretted it as the storm thickened into something unnatural, something mean. Ahead, a green sign appeared in the haze. Exit 19. The letters wavered in the snowy darkness before the truck finally reached the ramp. As his tires rolled onto the exit lane, the radio snapped to static. Then it cut out altogether. He reached to fiddle with the dial, but a sudden movement on the right side of the road froze him. For just a second, just a split heartbeat, he saw the outline of someone standing in the ditch. A person. Thin, still, facing the road. He jerked the wheel slightly, startled, but by the time the truck slowed, the figure was gone. Just snow, drifting in the deep, unplowed gutter. "Jesus," he whispered. The storm was playing tricks. He followed the ramp to a dark, empty road lined with pine trees hunched under heavy snow. His GPS had died 20 minutes earlier, but he knew the small county roads well enough. He'd driven them every winter of his childhood. He turned right. It was only 12 more miles to home. After 3 of them passed, he saw lights. Yellow, flickering, too weak for a house. As he approached, he realized it was an old diner, the one that had shut down years ago after an electrical fire. The sign still hung limp on its rusting posts, Marlin's. But now there was a dim glow coming from inside, barely visible through frosted windows. He slowed. He shouldn't. But something clawed at the back of his mind. He was thirsty. The heater hadn't been working right. And that figure on the road, the one he thought he saw, it left a strange unease in him, a restlessness. He pulled into the parking lot. The lot was covered in undisturbed snow except for a single set of footprints leading to the entrance. No tire marks, no tracks from anyone leaving. He turned off the engine. Silence pressed against the truck like a living thing. He grabbed his coat and stepped out. The cold hit him like a blade, sharp, punishing. He bent his head and trudged toward the door. The footprints leading inside were small. Not a man's. A woman's, maybe, or a child's. The diner door creaked open with a low, metallic moan. Inside, dim yellow bulbs glowed weakly, giving off just enough light to catch the old chrome fixtures and rows of cracked red vinyl seats. Everything was dusty, abandoned, just as he remembered from years ago, except the lights shouldn't be on. And there was someone sitting in the far corner booth, a woman wearing a long winter coat. She had her back to him, hunched slightly, as though she'd been waiting a long time. "Hello?" he called. The woman didn't turn. He hesitated near the door. Something was wrong. The air smelled off, cold but not fresh, like snow melting on old metal. And there wasn't the slightest hum of heating. The air inside was just as frigid as outside. He stepped forward. The woman's coat was old-fashioned wool buttoned to her neck. A fur collar ringed her shoulders. Her hair was dark, pinned loosely. "Ma'am?" His voice echoed faintly. Still no answer. As he neared, he noticed her hands resting on the table. They were pale, too pale, and perfectly still. No tremor, no movement of breath through her shoulders. "Are you okay?" He reached the booth. The woman turned her head. The motion wasn't natural. It was too slow, too deliberate, like she had to think through each inch of the turn. Her face was bloodless, lips blue, eyes wide and glassy like she'd been outside in the snow far too long. Her breath didn't steam the air. Daniel staggered back, heart slamming his ribs. "Jesus, are you hurt? Do you need help?" She stared at him as though he were the one out of place. Then, without moving her lips, she whispered. The sound came from everywhere, not from her throat, but from the walls, the air, the floor. A whisper layered with echo. "You shouldn't have stopped." He froze. She blinked once, slow and heavy. They never stop. He stumbled backward until his hand hit the counter. Dishes, long untouched, rattled slightly under his weight. "What? Who?" The lights flickered. The woman in the booth did not. Then the bulbs went dark. His breath punched out of him in shock. The interior fell to black, a darker black than the storm outside. He fumbled for his phone, but the screen wouldn't turn on. Dead. He slapped it against his palm. Nothing. From across the diner came the soft sound of snow falling inside. Impossible. He squinted. At the woman's booth, something was rising, floating from the seat, falling upward, drifting like ash in reverse. Snowflakes, tiny and luminous. A shape unfolded behind her. Not a person. Not even close. Tall. Thin. Wrong. Its limbs were too long, bending where limbs shouldn't. The outline looked like branches carved from ice and shadow. Its head brushed the ceiling. Daniel choked on a breath. The woman's voice drifted again, though her mouth stayed still. "They follow the lost in the storm." The figure behind her moved. The air cracked faintly, as if the temperature dropped 10 more degrees in a heartbeat. Daniel's muscles fired. He lunged toward the door, stumbling over a stool. His shoulder slammed into the metal push bar. The door didn't budge. He shoved harder, again. Behind him, a sound rose. A low scraping. Ice against linoleum. He didn't look back. He threw all his weight against the door. It screeched, groaned, then finally broke outward. He spilled into the snow. The storm slapped him in the face with freezing wind. He scrambled upright and ran toward his truck. The lot was different now. The footprints he'd left seconds before. Gone. Erased by the storm. But nothing else had disturbed the snow. His truck, however, looked wrong. Frost had overtaken the inside of the windows, thick and opaque, like the truck had been sitting abandoned for days, not minutes. He yanked the door open. The interior was colder than the night. Breath-stealing cold. He jumped in and turned the key. The engine stuttered, coughed, died. No, come on! He tried again. Nothing but a dull, dead click. Behind him, the diner door creaked softly. The sound slipped through the blizzard like something alive. He didn't want to look. He looked anyway. The tall shape stood just outside the diner entrance. Snow bent around it, swirling without touching. Its head angled slightly, examining him. The woman stood beside it now, though she hadn't walked. One moment she was near the booth. The next, she simply was there. "Please," Daniel whispered to no one, to anyone, breathing fast enough to choke. A brittle, crackling sound grew louder, the thing stepping onto the snow. Each step fractured the ice under its feet, but left no footprints. Then he remembered something. His sister's house. 12 miles. The woods trail behind the diner connected to the old snowmobile route. He had taken it hundreds of times as a kid. It cut the trip in half. He bolted from the truck toward the trees. The wind roared, but underneath it he heard that horrible sound, ice dragging across ice, following him. He pushed through the first line of pines, branches clawing at his coat. He found the faint outline of the old trail, a narrow corridor between dark trees. He ran. His lungs burned. Behind him, the forest stayed too quiet. Even with the storm, something about the silence felt wrong. It felt watched. He stumbled over roots hidden under snow, catching himself on his hands. His gloves froze almost instantly. He forced himself up, legs shaking. Halfway down the trail, he saw something ahead. A figure. No, two. A man and a boy, standing in the middle of the path. Relief surged for a moment. Someone else caught in the storm. But as he neared, the boy's face became clear first. Frozen. Hair crusted with ice. Eyes wide, gray, lifeless. Daniel skidded to a stop, falling to his knees as the truth sank in. The man beside the boy was the same, frozen, unmoving, remed in frost. Snow fell around them, but didn't stick, as though the cold radiating from them repelled it. He scrambled backward just as the bushes behind him rustled. The tall shape emerged from the darkness between the trees, not running, not rushing, simply appearing again where it shouldn't be. Its head tilted. Its arm, if it could be called that, extended slightly, fingers tapering into needle-like points. The boy and man turned toward Daniel with a soft, grinding sound, furra, almost like branches twisting in the wind. He ran again, blindly, crashing through brush and snow deeper into the woods. He didn't know if he was still on the trail. He didn't care. He ran until his legs gave out and he collapsed onto his side. For a moment, he thought he would pass out. Snow landed on his cheeks, melting into cold tracks. He pushed himself up, shaking violently. He had to keep going. Then he saw lights. Faint, warm lights through the trees. Porch lights. Home. His sister's house. He fought toward them, stumbling, gasping, tears freezing on his lashes. Behind him, the forest crackled with that unnatural cold. He burst out of the tree line into his sister's backyard. His boots sank into untouched snow. The lights of the house glowed like salvation. He screamed her name as he neared the porch. He didn't look back. He wouldn't. He reached the door, pounding on it with fists that barely felt like his own. His sister ripped it open, eyes wide with shock. "Daniel? What? Oh my God! Get inside!" He stumbled in. She slammed the door, locking it, then dragging him toward the fire. "Jesus, you're freezing. What happened?" He tried to speak, but only broken sounds came out. She fetched blankets, hot water, anything to bring warmth back to his skin. An hour passed before he could form words. He told her everything. She listened, horrified. Her husband called the sheriff. They all waited together, unwilling to look out the windows. When the sheriff finally arrived, he took Daniel seriously. He could see the terror in his eyes. He radioed for backup and headed out into the storm. They found the diner. Abandoned. No lights, no footprints. Just as Daniel remembered, except now it was as empty and lifeless as it had been for years. They never found any tracks in the woods either. By morning, the sheriff told Daniel it was probably hypothermia-induced hallucinations. Daniel didn't argue, but later that day, when the storm finally cleared, his sister found something near the edge of the tree line behind her house, something sticking out of the snow, a long, thin icicle, frozen in a curved shape as if it had been a finger. Daniel made her throw it away, but every December since, the wind outside her house sometimes carries a faint sound, a scraping, a dragging, like ice across linoleum, and Daniel never drives home in a storm anymore. Story the end. The wind howled across the barren fields outside the small town of Millersville, carrying with it a cold so sharp it felt like it could cut through the thickest winter coat. December had arrived with an unforgiving vengeance that year, dropping snow in waves that seemed endless. The townspeople had grown used to harsh winters, but this one was different. There was a heaviness in the air, an almost tangible sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of everyday life. Harold Whitman, a 42-year-old electrician, lived alone on the outskirts of town. His house, a modest two-story brick building, sat near the edge of a dense forest that locals often warned children to avoid after dark. Harold wasn't superstitious, but he couldn't deny that the woods had an uncanny presence during the winter months. The skeletal trees would sway in unnatural rhythms, and the snow would sometimes fall in patterns that resembled footprints. Footprints that didn't belong to any animal he knew. That Thursday evening, Harold returned from a long day fixing wiring in homes that had frozen over in the bitter cold. His van tires crunched through the fresh snow as he approached his property. The temperature had dropped even further, and a fine frost had begun to lace the windows of his house. Inside, the heater hummed a low, steady tune, casting a warm glow across the living room. Harold had a routine. Supper, then the news, then an hour of reading before bed. But as he hung his coat, something caught his eye in the window. A shadow, moving, across the snow-covered yard. Harold frowned and stepped closer, peering into the darkness. Nothing. Maybe it was a trick of the dim porch light. He shook his head and returned inside, blaming the long hours and his tired mind. But as he sat down with a cup of steaming coffee, a scratching sound came from the back of the house. Light at first, then insistent. It was slow and deliberate, as if something or someone was trying to get in. Harold's heart rate picked up. He told himself it was probably just a branch knocking against the siding, pushed by the wind. He got up, grabbed a flashlight, and approached the back door. The snow crunched under his boots, echoing in the stillness. As he reached for the door, the scratching stopped. He opened it cautiously. Nothing. Just the snow, smooth and undisturbed. He laughed nervously, shaking off the unease that had crept over him. Just the wind, he muttered. That night, sleep was elusive. Every groan of the old house, every whistle of the wind through the eaves made him jump. Around midnight, he was woken by a faint tapping at the window. This time, it was impossible to ignore. Harold grabbed his flashlight and moved slowly toward the source. The beam illuminated the yard, showing nothing but the snow-covered ground and the shadowy outline of the trees. He exhaled, trying to calm himself. Then he saw them. Footprints. They weren't like human footprints. They were long, thin, and ended in sharp points, disappearing into the trees. Harold froze. He had never seen anything like it. The tracks seemed fresh, pressed into the snow in the last hour. A cold dread washed over him, stronger than anything he had ever felt. Against his better judgment, he stepped outside. The air hit him like a blade, freezing his breath in place. He followed the tracks, crunching through the snow, deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees loomed overhead, skeletal and unyielding, their branches forming strange shapes in the moonlight. The tracks twisted, leading him off the path and into the thickest part of the woods. Then he heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all directions at once. Harold froze, the flashlight trembling in his hand. The sound was followed by rustling, heavy steps through the underbrush. He spun around, trying to find the source, but there was nothing visible. The tracks had vanished. Panic set in. He turned back toward home, only to realize he had lost the path. Every tree looked the same, every shadow the same. The wind had picked up, carrying whispers that made his skin crawl. He ran blindly, calling out, but his voice was swallowed by the forest. And then he saw it, eyes, two, glowing faintly red, peering at him from the darkness. He stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling hard into the snow. The creature, or whatever it was, emerged slowly, its shape towering and distorted, fur matted with snow, claws scraping the ice. It didn't move like any animal Harold had ever known. It was deliberate, predatory, and it stared at him, unblinking, for what felt like an eternity. Something primal screamed inside Harold. He scrambled to his feet and ran without thinking, blindly crashing through the trees, branches lashing at his face. Behind him, he could hear it, its heavy, uneven footsteps, the low growl growing louder. He burst through the edge of the forest, finally spotting the faint light of his house. Relief washed over him as he reached the porch, fumbling with the keys. He slammed the door shut, bolted it, and leaned against it, gasping for breath. The scratching returned at the windows, louder, angrier. He could feel the house shudder under the impact of whatever was out there. Harold didn't sleep that night. He stayed in the living room, flashlight in hand, eyes darting to every shadow. At dawn, the snow had stopped falling, but outside the tracks remained, Hundreds of them encircling the house, then leading back into the woods. Nothing he saw could explain them. The police came, skeptical but concerned. They found nothing in the woods, no signs of a human intruder, no animal tracks that matched what Harold described. The footprints in the snow were gone by mid-morning, as if they had never existed. Weeks passed. Harold tried to resume normal life, but something had changed. The woods felt alive, watching. He could hear whispers in the wind at night, the faint crunch of movement in the snow, always at the edge of his hearing. One evening, neighbors reported seeing a shadow moving through his yard, vanishing when approached. Harold stayed inside, lights on, doors locked. But the sense of being watched never left. December turned to January, and the cold didn't relent. Harold would wake in the middle of the night to find prints leading from the forest to his front door, always vanishing at the threshold. One night, the scratching turned into pounding, as if something was trying to break in. Harold called the police, but when they arrived, there was nothing. By the next morning, the snow around the house was smooth, untouched, except for a single trail leading to the edge of the forest. No footprints led back. One particularly bitter night, Harold woke to the sound of someone or something calling his name, faint, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. Harold, Harold. His heart thumped, and he swore he saw a figure outside the window, barely visible through the frost. It was tall, humanoid but distorted, and it didn't move like a normal person. Harold didn't answer. He didn't move. He just watched as the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. After that night, Harold started seeing the creature in his dreams. Not just dreams, but visions. It would appear at the edge of the forest, at the corner of his room, always watching. It never attacked in the dreams, but the fear was real enough to make Harold wake in cold sweats, convinced it was only a matter of time. By mid-January, the snow had reached depths that made travel difficult. Harold stayed inside, rarely venturing out. The town had its own problems with the brutal winter, and his neighbors, once friendly, became distant. They whispered about the strange sounds from his property, about the fleeting shadows in the snow. Some even claimed to see the glowing eyes at night. Harold didn't blame them. He barely understood what was happening himself. One night, the wind carried a new sound, laughter, low, echoing, and almost human, but wrong. It surrounded the house, bouncing off the walls, the trees, the snowdrifts. Harold grabbed a bat and stepped onto the porch, flashlight in hand. The snow was pristine except for a set of tracks leading from the forest to the steps. The laughter grew louder, closer. Then he saw them. Dozens of figures emerging from the trees, tall, thin, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. They moved silently, their forms shifting in ways that made Harold's stomach twist. He tried to retreat inside, but they were already at the edge of the porch, watching, waiting. Harold swung the bat, screamed, but it didn't matter. They didn't attack. Not yet. They just stared, unblinking, as if deciding something. The temperature dropped sharply, frost forming on the windows in seconds. The lights flickered. And for a brief, terrifying moment, Harold swore the figures spoke. Not with words, but with thoughts, clear, insistent. Leave. The next morning, Harold was gone. His house was locked from the inside, the lights still on, the coffee cup cold on the counter. Snow covered the porch in pristine white, except for a single trail of footprints leading into the forest. No one ever found him. The locals tell the story in hushed tones, warning children not to wander near the Whitman property in winter. They say if you look closely, you can sometimes see faint red eyes in the forest at night, watching, waiting. And some swear they hear a whisper carried by the wind. Harold, Harold. Years later, the house still stands, untouched by snowplows or vandals. The forest seems to lean closer every winter, as if hungry for more. And every December, when the wind howls and the snow drifts high, neighbors swear they see footprints in the fresh snow, leading from the edge of the woods to the old Whitman house, and then disappearing. Story the end. The wind howled through the small town of Ashwood, rattling the windows of the old houses and whipping snow into drifts that blanketed the streets. December had arrived with a vengeance that year, colder than anyone could remember, and the residents were mostly tucked safely inside, heaters running full blast, doors locked, and curtains drawn tight. But not everyone stayed inside. Tommy and his younger sister, Ellie, were among the few brave or reckless souls wandering outside that night. Their parents had gone to a neighbor's for a holiday gathering, leaving them to fend for themselves. It had been a long day of snowball fights and sledding down the frozen hill behind their house. And now, just as twilight was giving way to a deep, starless night, they found themselves wandering toward the woods that bordered the town. The woods were dense, thick with pines and firs whose dark branches swayed like skeletal fingers in the gusting wind. The townsfolk had long whispered about strange things in those woods during the winter, things that came when the snow fell thick and heavy. Tommy, at 15, thought of it as stories meant to scare kids. Ellie, just 9, shivered despite her heavy coat, but she didn't want to admit she was afraid. "Come on, Ellie. Just a little farther," Tommy urged, gripping his sister's mittened hand. "I want to see if the old cabin is still there." Ellie nodded reluctantly, crunching the snow under her boots. The cabin had been abandoned for years. Rumor had it that the last family who lived there vanished in a snowstorm, never to be found. The idea of seeing it now, with the moon barely cutting through the thick clouds, sent a thrill racing through Tommy. Fear, however, was an emotion Ellie couldn't shake. After about 20 minutes, they reached the clearing where the cabin should have been. The wind carried a strange scent, something sharp and metallic, almost like blood mixed with smoke. The cabin was there, or what remained of it. The walls were gray and rotted, the roof caved in, and frost had claimed the windows, obscuring anything inside. A sense of unease settled over Ellie, and she tugged at Tommy's sleeve. "Tommy, maybe we should go back." Tommy, energized by teenage bravado, shook his head. "Just a quick look. Nothing can hurt us." He stepped forward, pushing the door open. The hinges creaked, protesting, as a gust of wind rushed past them. Inside, the air was bitterly cold, far colder than outside, and it smelled faintly of decay. Snow had blown in through the broken roof, forming small drifts across the floorboards. They could barely make out shapes in the dark interior, but there were scratches on the walls, deep and jagged, like claws. Ellie gasped. "See, I told you this was a bad idea," she whispered. But Tommy ignored her, stepping further in. That's when they saw it, a figure, hunched in the corner, motionless, draped in rags that were once perhaps clothing, its face hidden in shadow. A low groan, almost human but broken, rumbled through the room. Ellie screamed, but Tommy grabbed her arm. "Don't. Maybe it's just someone sleeping," he stammered, but the figure stirred, slowly lifting its head. What emerged from the darkness wasn't a face so much as a mass of frostbitten, scarred skin, eyes wide and hollow, glowing faintly in the dark. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, and for the first time, Tommy felt real terror. They bolted, crashing through the broken door and into the night. Snow whipped around them, stinging their faces, but they ran without thought, guided only by the faint glow of the streetlights far behind them. Behind them, the groaning followed, echoing through the woods closer and closer, as though the figure was gliding just over the snow without leaving a trace. They reached the main road, hearts pounding, and for a brief moment they thought it had stayed in the cabin. But then, in the distance, they saw it, its shape limping, awkward but terrifying, across the frozen field, its head twisted unnaturally, following them even as they ran toward the town. The siblings didn't stop until they were inside their house, doors locked, heaters on, and trembling uncontrollably. That night, the wind rattled the windows harder than ever. Tommy tried to convince himself it was a trick of shadows, of exhaustion and fear. Ellie, however, swore she had seen it in the street outside their window, eyes glowing in the darkness, watching them. They never spoke of it again, at least not to anyone else. Over the next few days, the town of Ashwood seemed to change. People reported seeing strange figures at the edge of the snow-covered fields, hunched shapes, moving unnaturally through the drifts. Pets went missing, and occasionally someone would find a set of strange tracks, long, thin, clawed, leading nowhere. The adults dismissed it as wildlife, perhaps a bear or some other predator forced closer by the harsh winter. But Tommy and Ellie knew better. They had seen it up close. One evening, nearly a week after their encounter, the siblings were sitting by the fireplace, trying to convince themselves they were safe. The wind outside had picked up again, howling like it did the night they had fled the cabin. A faint scratching came from the window, a slow, deliberate scrape. Ellie froze, staring at the frosted glass. "It's back," she whispered. Tommy got up cautiously, peering outside. The street was empty, blanketed in snow, the trees swaying in the wind. But then he noticed the tracks, faint in the freshly fallen snow, leading from the woods directly toward their house. They were thin and deep, like claws dragging through the snow. His stomach turned. Suddenly, the lights flickered. The heater groaned and cut out, plunging the room into near darkness. The scratching intensified, now all around the house, as though whatever it was had surrounded them. Ellie's hand found Tommy's, gripping tightly. The air turned icy, and their breath came out in heavy clouds inside the room. From the corner of his eye, Tommy saw movement. A shadow that wasn't cast by the fire. It slithered along the walls unnaturally fast, and he realized with horror that it was entering the house. The windows rattled violently, and a low, hollow groaning echoed from the darkness. Tommy tried to shout, but the words froze in his throat as the figure appeared in the doorway. A twisted, frost-covered shape, face hollow and eyes glowing like embers. It didn't speak. It didn't move like a human. It just stared, and in that moment, Tommy felt the weight of something ancient, something that had survived countless winters, stalking those foolish enough to wander into its domain. He and Ellie backed away, but the house seemed to grow larger, darker, and the shadow stretched across the walls like smoke, curling and shifting. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. The lights flickered back on, the heater hissed to life, and the scratching stopped. Tommy and Ellie didn't speak for hours. When their parents returned the next evening, they found the children pale and silent by the fireplace, staring into the flames. The story of the winter figure spread quietly among the townsfolk, but most dismissed it as a tale for children, a way to scare them into behaving. But Tommy and Ellie knew the truth. They saw it again in the years that followed, every winter, always near the woods, always watching, always waiting. Sometimes it left tracks, sometimes just a whisper of breath in the cold air. They never returned to the old cabin. It was boarded up soon after, declared unsafe, and eventually disappeared beneath the snow and ice. But in Ashwood, no one ever truly felt safe in December. The wind howled differently there, sharper, carrying a faint groan through the trees, and some nights when the snow fell thick and heavy, people swore they saw eyes glowing in the darkness, watching, waiting for someone foolish enough to wander too far. Ellie grew up fearful of the cold, while Tommy became obsessed with researching the stories of winter apparitions, reading every account he could find of ghostly figures and creatures that thrived in snowstorms. The town moved on, children grew up, but the legend persisted. And every winter, no matter how safe or warm anyone thought they were, Ashwood remembered, because some things once seen never stop watching. Story the end.